No, 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 no.
Shuffle in their feet, people sleeping in their shoes. There's a warning sign in the road ahead. There's a lot of people saying we'd be better off dead. Don't feel like Satan bound to them, so I try to forgive them any way I can. Yeah! I see a girl in the night. Are you still here? Are you still here? That's what I like, that's what I like. Psychosomatic. I'm the MC. He's the addict. The year, the age, the time of time. Everybody in Phoenix. Bring the pressure. Come play the game on this year. Psychosomatic. Bring the pressure. Come play the game on this year. Raise the volume, raise the temperature, raise the volume, raise the temperature. Inhale, exhale. Exhale. Everybody get loose. It's your time. Gonna live in psycho. With a microphone. I rock the show. Coming in high. We're coming in low. Come rock, come move. Join it now. Join it now. This microphone blows, shut up in the mood. Eat it from me, it's like hey, I'ma get the fuck up the phone with the short shot. So don't make a money trap, try to no company, yo. Go there's a pull up, till the brain switch. Quick hit the birds from the power door. That five-sided pistol off. A riot soar on the face of the earth. Just pick up, bring a song into your heart. Right around the family. Somebody put a shell. They rally around the family. We're pocket full of shells. They rally around the family. With pockets full of shells. Rally around the family. With a pocket full of shells. Weapons, not food, not home, not shoes. Not need, just feed the wall, can't never end them alive. One the corner to the rumble. Used to be a nine, prepping line up to the minds of a dead now. We don't know, keep the contract and I can people. They'll gotta burn the book and just remove them. Arms where houses finish within the shell. Rally around the family, pocket full of shells. Full of shells. They rally around the family with a pocket full of shells. Rally around the family with a pocket full of shells. Rally around the family with a pocket full of shells. Balls off a ride! Oh shit! Join it now! Join it now! Balls off a ride! Balls off a ride! Balls off a ride! Balls off a ride! Balls off a ride!
Hello, 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 everyone. Hello. They hate because they ate me. They hate us. They hate us on YouTube. Hello, hello. Thank you, Gay. I appreciate it. Good to see you here. Hello, everyone. It's showtime. It's showtime. It's showtime. Come on, my niggas. Come on, my niggas. Let's celebrate. Let's smile. Let's smile and have a good time. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Come on, my niggas. Let's have some Kool-Aid. Let's have some Kool-Aid, my niggas. Come on, my niggas. My niggas. My goodness. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love my cult. I love my cult. My niggas. Get out the fried chicken and watermelon and Kool-Aid. Let's have a celebration. We're having a party, Dolphin Jesus. We're having a party. We're having a party, Dolphin Jesus. Who else do we have here? Oh, we got this creature here. Delusions of grandeur in Narcottia. What a creepy creature he is. What a creep. What a creep he is. What a narcissistic delusions of grandeur creep he is. Just a real creepy creature. A truly creepy creature. Seriously. He's a real cockroach, that prick. Jack Twatcott. Narcottia. He's a real freaking creepy creature. Wait a second, the phone's ringing. Someone's always calling. Always trying to fucking bother me. Hello? Oh, you don't like that? You don't like the image of Twatcott as a cockroach, Narcottia. Delusions of grandeur in Narcottia. He thinks he's Jesus. He thinks he can turn into Jesus. He's a cockroach. What's your problem with that? Oh, I know who this is. Yeah, I know who this is. I recognize your voice now. Where are you calling from? Yeah, your trailer park. I knew it. You're out there taking selfies, proud Paulina in front of your trailer. You're pathetic. You fat cockroach, you ugly, disgusting creature. You cockroach. Nobody could trust you, you narcissistic fucking roach. I see what you are. You even deny being a gingy. You're a liar and a fraud. You're an obese roach. Disgusting. Yeah, I know. You're a grifter. You're a criminal. You're a piece of shit. You're disloyal. Nobody can count on you. Nobody could ever be a friend to you and trust you, you piece of shit. You belong in the trailer. Get back in your trailer, bitch. Hung up on him. Fuck you, Paulina. Get back in your filthy trailer. Get the hell out of here. This is for VIPs only. No cockroaches allowed here. VIPs only. I don't want any roaches around here. Coming around here. Team Evil Roaches trying to ruin the show. Get back in your trailer where you belong. You big fat roach. Ugly roach. You lying scumbag. The hell out of here. Now I have something to show with everyone here. As people know, I called him Paulie Laporta-Potty. Laporta-Potty. I don't know if you saw that on Talcott's show, but I went up there as Paula Laporta-Potty. I had that. He didn't like that. I got under his skin, that cockroach. Oh, excuse me. I'm enjoying a nice ice cold Coke Zero. I've got a Coke Zero fridge beside me for refreshments just to do live streams with. I don't have to live in a barn like Callie. She made a video obsessing over me earlier live, and she was talking about my knives. They're obsessed. I'm living rent free in all of their heads. I don't have to live in a barn. I can afford a little bar fridge right here. Nice handy little fridge just for refreshments, so that I can refresh myself and do my 12-hour live streams that seems to get under their skin on Team Evil and the Panelverse. Here's what they are. They're the Panelverse. Anyway, I have people working for me, as you know. I have Sherlock Holmes working for me, and I have Tess Stickles, and I have Negroider, and they're out there investigating. They're doing investigative reporting. True story. I found, well, they helped me out, and they got some pictures of Jack Talcott's filthy apartment. You ready for this? Check this out. Look at this. Isn't this a mess? Disgusting. This is Jack Talcott's apartment. No wonder they hate me. They love cockroaches. These are his pets. Look at the filth in this place. Look at how disgusting that is. Have you ever seen anything like that in your life? There's the red curtains. This is a room in his apartment, and somebody got photos of Jack's apartment. It's just a mess, just an absolute mess. Look at this. You've never seen cockroaches like this anywhere. I assure you, I haven't. He lives in the hood in Baltimore, and he lives in a roach-infested, ghetto, filthy-ass apartment. He lives with the niggas, and they try to steal his hubcaps, and they puncture his tires. They mess with them. They're going to end up breaking in there and getting to him. Like they can't stand him. The niggas in his neighborhood can't stand Talcott. He lives in filth and squalor. All right, look at the screen. This is where he lives. Jack's apartment is just disgusting. So I had somebody take some photos. As I said, I have Negroider working for me, Negroider, and Tess Stickles, and Sherlock Holmes. And Jack, you messed with the wrong one, dude. I'm gonna be on. I don't care if I have to be on your back for the next 1,000 years. You don't know what tenacity I have and endurance, and the fact that I just don't let up on people. You fucked with the wrong one, you dummy. You're cursed now, bitch. You're cursed. You think your life has been bad the past few years. Your life is going downhill now. The heat is on, bitch. The heat is on. It's cockroach roasting time. The heat is on. You messed with the wrong one. I'm not going to try to help you anymore. You cockroach. Those are his followers on the floor and on the walls. Look at this. Look at the roaches. Jesus Christ. Disgraceful. Speaking of Jesus Christ, there he is. That's who Jack believes himself to be. That's who he believes himself to be. You've all seen that window behind him, I'm sure. Okay? This is from another angle. He lives in filth and squalor. Look at this. It's just junk. There's the red curtains, so you can tell it's his place. The stupid red curtains behind him. Red rum. Remember that from the movie? The Shining. Red rum. Red rum. Red rum. Look at this. Red rum. Red rum. Red curtains. Look at this. Cockroaches and broken glass and junk and filth. This is the way Talcott lives. I have exclusive photos of his shitty apartment in the hood. Jack, you're disgusting. Clean up that mess. You filthy animal. Clean up that mess. Clean up that goddamn mess, Jack Talcott. You're filthy. Here he is. Goth caught the snake. Goth caught the snake. Look at him. Look at him. Look at this thing. He's got a lightning bolt on his forehead, but it's also an S. It's not just a lightning bolt. It's an S as well. He's wearing the mark. I own your show, bitch. Your panel, your chat, they all talk about me. It's my show. It's my show. I've taken over. It's my show. It's my show. I rule. I'm winning, Jack. You're losing. You're a loser. You're a loser. You're a loser. You can live in hell realm forever and ever. Forever and ever and ever. Fire and brimstone, Jesus. Fire and brimstone. What do you have to say, Ian? Evening. 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 The evening intensifies. You know? You know? You know what I mean? You know? You know? You know? You know? You know? What does this demon have to say? Where's my Russian Jesus? Oh, where's my Russian Jesus? Where's my Rusky? Oh, man. Here we go. Have you all met Russian Jesus? We've got so many Jesuses around here. Jesus Christ. Just Jesus Christ everywhere. Everywhere. More Jesus than you can shake a fucking stick at. You'll never see more Jesus anywhere else than here. Got the most Jesus. We have the best Jesus around here. Ching chong, ching chong, ching chong. Here's my ching chong Jesus. Ching chong. Anyway, I hope everyone had a great weekend. It is good to have you here. It's great to have you here. I hope I offend all evil in this realm, every demon. I want them all offended, triggered. I hope they hate me. I hope I'm under their skin. I hope I'm a splinter in their brain and glass under their feet. I hope that I get to them. I hope that they go completely nuts thinking about me. That's what I hope. On with the show, everyone. On with the show. I've got quite a show for you tonight. I don't like when chicks say this. Chill out, bro. She's all tatted up. She's got tattoos up and down her arm. She's covered in makeup. And she's wearing the cross. Jesus, holy Jesus. Let's see what kind of energy this chick has with her Chill Out Bro video title. Bible Time with Melanie Mack. Bible Time.
Chill out, bro. Chill the heck out.
Oh, here's the loud energy. Preaching to people. Loud energy. Loud. Not feminine at all. Not soft. Not peaceful. Not comforting. Everything a man doesn't want in a woman, she starts off that way. Good job, lady. Young lady. She's a grown woman. I don't know what her age is, but she looks to be early 20s, I would guess. She's 20-something. Fan-fucking-tastic.
Chill out, bro. Chill the heck out. What are you doing? What are you stressing about? What are you worried about? What are you thinking that God can't handle right now? Chill out. And this applies to me too. So, on Saturday, before I went to bed on Saturday.
Take off the fake up, lady. You're covered in, you're wearing a mask. I can't see your pores, which tells me you got makeup all over your face, your cheeks, your nose. You've got, what is that? Mascara, eyeshadow. I don't know what that's called. Around the eyes. Looks like you got fake eyelashes on. You got the works. You're fake. Head to toe. Head to toe. You got the thumb ring on and the tattoos. And you got the stupid crucifix. That's what it is. It's stupid. You got a stupid crucifix on. You're loud. Are you retarded or something?
Saturday, I kind of found myself getting into a dark place mentally. Now, I've had problems with falling into depression.
Put the bull ring in. Put the pig swine ring in the snout like they like to have. The nose ring in the snout. That's all she's missing. And maybe some face tattoos and a nice, great big neck tattoo.
Granted, lately it's not been bad. Like, I will have a little depressive episode that will last like a month, but then I'll go a few months and be fine. But then sometimes I feel like a depression episode is about to kick back in.
So she's got tattoos on both arms, wrist, upper arm, shoulders. She's all tatted up. She's young and she's young and dumb and full of rhymes with dumb, and she's all tatted up.
And sometimes I can get out of it. Now, I know some of this has to do with our nutrition or diet, stuff like that. If you eat inflammatory foods, it can mess with your head and get you in a depressive state. But that wasn't the case in this situation. It was just, being a human who's worries about stuff, or just, it's like, what the heck? What is my life? What am I doing in my life right now? What does my future look like? I don't know. And just being all worked up about that kind of thing.
Black nail polish on. I wonder what her body count is already. I bet it's over 30. I bet she's let 30 guys just bang her brains out. At least 30, I would guess.
Stuff, right? This does happen to us. So I found my mind going into a dark place. I was like, man, I really hope that I'm not going to fall into a depression. I just don't want to deal with that. And I was praying and I was asking God to help me and to give me strength, give me encouragement.
Please, Jesus, give her more money for tattoos and for black nail polish and piercings. She might only have a couple labia piercings. Give her money, please, Jesus. Lord Jesus, give her money for tattoos and piercings. She needs her nipples pierced twice each one, both directions with bars. Please, Lord Jesus, give her more money. She needs a tattoo around her anus. Please, Lord Jesus, give her money for tattoos. She needs some wings on her back and a new tramp stamp tattoo above her ass, and maybe a heart on her ass, or lipstick lips on her ass, which is real classy. Strippers have that. Give her money, Lord Jesus. Lord Jesus, help her. Help this young bitch. Help her.
And peace, because I could feel that I was going to a dark place mentally, and I did not want to fall into that. And after my prayer, right before I went to bed, all of a sudden I got a song in my head, and God has done this for me more than once. Like, it's happened several months ago as well with a different song, but in this case
Lord Jesus, help us. Shut her up, please. Please, God, Lord Jesus. Jesus, the King of Kangs, as some want him to be. Can you quiet up this woman, please? Please. Tell her to chill out. She's telling others to chill out. Tell her to chill the fuck out, please, Lord. Jesus, Jesus, Mary and Joseph, Jesus Christ. Please, pray on the Lord. Pray on the Lord. Lord Jesus, shut her up.
Just know it. It's just like out of nowhere. After I'm done with my prayer, I'm about to go to bed, I've got the song It Is Well With My Soul, which, if you don't know this song, look it up. It's an old hymn from like the 1800s.
Lord Jesus, don't make her sing. Don't let her sing. Give her a butthole tattoo. Give her a tattoo around her butthole and give her some new labia. Give her all the plastic surgery that she wants so she can look like a plastic creature that walks around. Just give her plastic surgery. Give her whatever. Give her all the stuff in this fake world that she wants. Give her some new eyebrows.
Basically, it's just, hey, no matter what, trials, suffering, persecution, anything like that you're going through, it is well with my soul, because Jesus Christ died on the cross for our sins. He carried it all, right? Give it to God, and you will be given.
Give it to God. Listen to her voice. I just, I hate to say this, but I isolate myself now from people. I'm starting, after what seems like 500 years in this lifetime on Earth, to not just want to be around people. I just can't stand most beings anymore. They're like this. They're for the most part, not all, but a lot of them are like this. Way too many. And I just don't want to deal with that out there. I don't want to hear their voices. I just don't want to deal with it. They're absolute zombies and demon tards and just followers of, they're just complete idiots, and they're just annoying at best, if not evil. Praise Jesus.
Peace that surpasses all understanding through Jesus Christ, right? So I had that song in my head, and I was like, I had not listened to it recently, and I immediately thought, I think that was God that put that song in my head to let me know it is well. It is well with my soul. Just God has given me peace right now, knowing that, hey, do I know what every day is going to look like? Do I know what my future is going to look like? Do I know what?
It looks like somebody took a Sharpie and just drew on your arm. It doesn't look good. It looks stupid. It looks absolutely stupid. It just does.
5 years old, 10 years, 20 years, all that. No, I don't know. But whatever happens in my life, it is well with my soul because of Jesus Christ, and I have Jesus Christ. And this is for all of you as well who have accepted Jesus Christ and who are following Jesus Christ. And if you haven't, I strongly suggest you repent, follow Jesus Christ, read the Bible.
I wonder if her butthole's been winking at people on OF. She might have a page somewhere showing her butthole. Lord Jesus, give her a butthole tattoo. Maybe a flower that's around it or something with petals. I don't know. Just something. Just give her something.
Bible each and every single day. So anyway, just to continue on this, because there's more. In church yesterday, we had like a little prayer time, right? There was like a little, okay, here's a quiet prayer time. We were kneeled down, and we were all just saying like our quiet prayer. And in that quiet prayer, I was praying over the same things. I was like, all of these stresses, all of my worries about my future and what that's going to look like, what I'm doing with my life. I was like telling God that I was giving that all to Him, and that I didn't want to stress about these things, didn't want to worry about these things, and I didn't want to see myself go into a dark place because of worrying about these things. And so I just gave it all to God. I repented for not trusting in Him and for having a little bit of that worry spell and things like that. And then, so I just gave it all to God. After that quiet prayer time, then the worship team was like, okay, we're going to play the next song. And they started playing It Is Well With My Soul. I was shook. I was like, I almost started crying on the spot, because I was like, this is just what, it just made everything click so much to me. It was like, man, I felt like last night, I think God put that song in my head just to give me peace and to stop worrying about stuff, and to stop, because that's the thing, is sometimes we think, oh, is God going to forget about me in my future? What's my future going to look like? Is God going to forget about me? And God takes care of every need in your life, everything in your life, everything. God delights in every detail of our life.
Wait a second. God takes care of the starving children and the sick and the diseases that He created for children? God takes care of what? God doesn't feed anyone. There's millions starving. God doesn't house anyone. There's millions homeless. God doesn't provide clothing and shoes for what are you talking about? What you talking about, chick?
What's my future gonna look like? Is God gonna forget about me? And God takes care of every need in your life, everything in your life.
God doesn't provide for anyone. There's millions of mentally ill people suffering every day. There's people with Alzheimer's. There's people with multiple sclerosis. There's people suffering all around this realm with cancer and heart disease and everything. 10,000 fucking diseases and genetic disorders they're born with. God doesn't give a shit. God doesn't take care of anyone. What are you talking about? The hell is she talking about? Is she delusional?
Care of every need in your life, everything. And God takes care of every need in your life, everything in your life, everything. God delights in every detail of our lives. Trust me, the Bible tells us this. So don't think that, oh, well, he's just.
Jesus loves me. Yes, I know. And the Bible tells me so. Jesus loves me. Yes, I know. And he even tells me so. On your Jesus. On your Jesus. He doesn't help anyone. You're lying to yourself. You're delusional. You tatted up whore. I'm sorry. You tatted up slut.
Distracted on bigger things, because God is that powerful that he can focus on the bigger things, and he can focus on you and every detail of your life. He can focus on your job situation,
Jesus
your loneliness,
loves
you're this,
me.
you're that, you're whatever it
Yes,
is, right?
I know.
So
And he
and then I
even
can't stress enough, guys,
tells
church
me
is important
so.
and it helps a lot. We do need
Shut
to be
up,
around other
chick.
believers. So if you're not in church, go find you a good church.
Shut up.
It's been making a huge difference in my life since I have prioritized that more. But also, one thing I wanted to stress, because I keep telling you guys, are you reading the Bible every single day? That's why I even started this channel, so that I could read the whole Bible on it, so people could listen to it every day, because I just don't, I can't stress enough how much it changed my life, and I can't stress enough how you guys cannot be neglecting reading your Bible every day. Now, the pastor talked about 1 Peter chapter 5, and so this is something I want to point.
It's funny when people they feel virtuous just from reading an old book that they believe is holy. It's ridiculous. It's fucking stupid. It is. It's stupid. And I don't care if people feel stupid or they think, oh, you're shaming them. They're stupid. They're absolutely stupid. They behave like trash, but they feel like, oh, I'm reading my Bible, so I'm virtuous and holy. It's fucking ridiculous. It's stupid.
Point out too, because it just stood out a lot to me when he pointed this out too. So if we look at 1 Peter chapter 5 verses 8, it says, stay alert, watch out for your great enemy, the devil. He prowls around like a roaring lion, looking for someone to devour. So a lot of things that are going through in your life, a lot of struggles, even the worries that get implanted in your head, all this stuff, this can be from demonic opposition, right? We know this, right? We know that the enemy tries to tempt us, tries to discourage us, all of that, right? So how do we combat that? How do we stand against Satan and the demons and the enemy who are trying to discourage us, right? And who are trying to lead us into temptation, into sin, and into denying Jesus Christ? How do we stand against?
I thought covering your body in tattoos as a woman was sinful. You're not supposed to do that. Ridiculous. I can only handle so much of that chick. Gonna move along to something else. Ridiculous. Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh. Jesus loves me. Yes, I know. And that faggot tells me so. Jesus loves me. Yes, I know. He's a faggot. The Bible tells me so. Where are the Christians at? Shout out to the Christians if you tune into my show. Kiss my crazy ass, Christians. You're worshiping diamonds. How about that?
So this is Tower Hamlets. As you can see, it's a relatively sizable area of London. It's a borough in London. And it is, frankly, I think, an accurate representation of the future that we have chosen. And this really was brought to the fore the other day because of this post. As you can see, Tower Hamlets Council were like, it's World Breastfeeding Week. We are raising awareness for local amazing services. Whether you're breastfeeding, formula feeding, or doing a bit of both, the baby feeding and well-being service can support you and to feel confident feeding your baby. Everyone's like, what the hell is this? What do you think it is? This is an accurate representation of Tower Hamlets. This is what the people there look like. In fact, let's have a look, shall we? Because we happen to have a very good profile that's been done since the 2021 census on Tower Hamlets, and it's just this is the future that we've chosen. Or, more accurately, this is the future we have had forced upon us. And so it really makes perfect sense.
It's funny, Sargon, because a decade ago, some of us were trying to tell you this in 2015, and you were in denial. You were in denial over it, over this happening. It took you a decade to really start to see it. And you lived there. I knew this was going on in the UK a decade plus ago. There were lots of channels talking about it, and you were against a lot of those channels a decade ago. But it's starting to hit close to home, I guess, for you and your family. And now you're starting to get worried that you really are being replaced and taken over. And you don't like what England's turning into. It's starting to affect you. Starting to hit close to home. And you're realizing, oh shit. They weren't racist. They were telling the truth a decade ago. A lot of the channels I used to watch a decade ago tried to warn about all this going on.
From their perspective, in Tower Hamlets, who are we pitching this to? Well, we're pitching it to Bangladeshis.
Jesus loves me, yes I know. All you have to do is stay in denial in this realm. That's what most people do. That's normal. People stay in fucking denial. They don't want to face the truth of what's going on here and the truth of what this realm is. Most human beings avoid those things like the plague.
Mostly. So if you look at the points that they raise on the census.
By the way, some people have said they thought I was very abrasive before they came to my channel. Good. 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 I hope I'm more abrasive than sandpaper to you. The tough grit sandpaper. Or maybe a file. A steel file. You ever felt a steel file up against your skin? I hope I am. I hope I'm abrasive. I hope I provoke you. I hope I get under your fucking skin. Because it takes a hell of a lot to get through to you zombies. You zombie humans. And that's what most are. When they come to my channel, they leave comments and they're absolutely zombified. Just zombies. Instead of watching and listening and learning something, they write 5-10 comments like spamming zombies. Just zombies. They know nothing about this realm. Nothing. But they have a lot to say. They yap, yap, yap. And they don't come here. They'll say, what's your channel about? Well, there's a lot of videos to watch. Do you need someone to hold your fucking hand? The level of what humans are at, they're not even babies. I was more independent as a fucking toddler than what many of you are. They claim to be grown adults.
They point out that key points are that the borough itself has the fastest growing population of any local area authority in England. Between 2011 and 2021, the population grew by 56,000 to 310,000. and which is obviously 254,000 in 2011. Now, the area of Tower Hamlets
Jesus loves me, yes I know, and he even tells me so. Jesus loves me, yes I know. I hope people are offended. I'm not on here not to offend anybody. I don't mind at all. I don't give a fuck if I offend this entire realm. I don't give a fuck at this point. I think most humans are just fucktards, and they're foobar, and there's no way to get through to them on anything that matters. Nothing reaches them. Their skulls might as well be fortified, reinforced concrete bunkers. Nothing gets through. They're foobar, zombies.
Good morning. Today we're going to talk about something
Zombies.
I find absolutely vile, which is the trend of foreigners to cram food, handfuls of soft, wet, mushy food into their mouths and then tell me that there's something wrong with the way I eat with a knife, a fork, and a spoon. Like, I realise this is going to be my Western chauvinism on display. This is going to be my concern for things that are differentiated, my concern for things being in their place, and not to just...
Use a knife and fork, you degenerates, you mongrels, you cretins. Use a knife and fork, you fucking degenerate mongrels.
be part of the mass slop fellaheen of humanity and the world. But I can't be part of the mass slop fellaheen of humanity and the world. But I can't help but feel that there's something quite important about this. And the more you watch videos of them doing this and not understanding why it's disgusting, the more reviled I become of it. So here we have a woman explaining.
The reason why people don't eat with your hands is because your food is not delicious.
Ah, God. Look. It's the most uncivilized thing I've ever seen, right? It's so disgusting. Like 2 knuckles in. Into her mouth. Like, why does she have to put it right into the back of her mouth? Why can't she use the front of her mouth to take it, to chew it, to pass it back to the rest of her mouth? That has to be done manually? Like, this is so gross. This is such a gross thing. And I'm not even critiquing the logic of it. You don't eat with your hands because your food is not delicious. Okay, but if your food is delicious, why can't you just use a utensil to put it into your mouth? I mean, this genuinely has questions of tool use, like ancestral, like early humanity working out how to use tools in order to survive in the world. Like, what? I mean, there are so many questions. Like, practically, from a practical point of view, is it not just easier to eat with a knife and fork when you have, especially, and we'll come to rice in a minute, especially when you have something like rice, right?
They also don't use toilet paper. They wipe their ass with their hand. Then they eat this way. Do you understand? They're savages.
You have something that is in many small things, and you scoop it up and then put that into your mouth. Is that not easier than like smushing it together with your fingers like a fucking caveman, right? Is that an easy? Okay, maybe not. I don't know. I don't smush rice together with my fingers and then cram it into the back of my throat, 2 knuckles deep. Like, that's just disgusting. But again, you've got like juices and sauces and all this sort of stuff. Like, are you happy being covered in that, or is it cleaner to not do that? Right? And how does it affect the taste of the food? How does the taste of the food affect the way that you eat it? Like, and you think I'm joking, but this is literally a common belief. Here's an African woman eating with a fork.
Just be yourself. Feel free. You don't have to be shy. Go. Eating with your hand,
You said I
though.
should feel free. I'm feeling free. What's your issue? You gave me the go ahead to feel free. I'm going to feel free, of course.
That's so.
I can't taste the food with a fork. It's not eating the Sprite. It's not to feel free. I'm thinking, come and tell myself, by tomorrow, I'm not even like you, so. What do you mean?
I'm not going to make you watch that twice, but just everything about this was just horrific. I just
I'm going to make you watch it again. I really want this to sink in with people the way they are. Anybody that hypes up Africa is fucking retarded. Retarded. Watch this.
This is literally a common belief. Here's an African woman eating with a fork.
Just be yourself. Feel free. You don't have to be shy. Go. Eating with your hand,
You
though.
said I should feel free. I'm feeling free. What's your issue? You gave me the go ahead to feel free. I'm going to feel free, of course.
That's so.
I can't taste the food with a fork. It's not eating the Sprite. It's not to feel free. I'm thinking, come and tell myself, by tomorrow, I'm not even like you, so. What do you mean?
I'm not going to make you watch that twice, but just everything about this was just horrific. I just. So let's deal with the first substantive point. I can't taste the food with the fork. I don't believe you. I just don't really believe you. I don't believe that the food tastes substantively different if you don't cram it into your mouth using your fingers. I just don't believe that. But I mean, the rest of this was just like a war crime. You eat with your mouth closed. You don't talk with your mouth full. And you do that because then you're not disgusting to everyone else around you. Because I think a lot of this is actually about consideration for others. It's about consideration for the people that are around you, so they aren't grossed out by you like slopping around in your food in your mouth. And you've been like, I can't taste the food before. I just don't believe you. I don't think that's true. I think that you're just a very disgusting person. This is about how other people perceive you, which has reflections on how you perceive yourself. Do you perceive yourself as a person with a level of dignity that deserves to be considered by others as someone who is not just some slop eater, who's someone who is, I guess we could say, civilized, as someone who has grace and I don't know, technique, the fact that you are not just like an animal. Because I mean, like, what these two women are doing is basically eating like a child. This is how a child eats. They cram food. I mean, honestly, normally children aren't quite as bad as this, but they cram food into their mouth with their fingers because they aren't aware that you are supposed to evolve throughout your life and become something that is respectable to other people and have to develop a certain kind of dignity and presence about yourself, about self-control, about knowing that you are not merely the 3-year-old cramming rice or whatever it is into their faces, that you have some sort of self-control and poise, and that you are actually in control of yourself and a tool-using human being rather than this. I mean, it's just so disgusting. Be like, your food isn't delicious. Like, okay, but I would eat your food with a knife and fork, even if I thought it was delicious. I would still eat it with a knife and fork. And frankly, I mean, you know, you can say what you like about my food, but my food doesn't poison me, and I think it is delicious. Anyway, let's move on. Because apparently this is not just shared by Africans. You've got some Indian lady and her family here just it's just. I mean, God only knows what she's eating there. I don't even want. But are you not worried about the mess this makes? It's just so disgusting. Look at the hands. Oh God! It's just so disgusting. Mess this makes. I mean, God only knows what she's eating there. I don't even. I mean, God only knows what she's eating there. I don't even want. But are you not worried about the mess this makes? It's just so disgusting.
And some of these Africans and Indians, people from India, believe that they're superior. Look at this. Look at them. Oh man, look at this. What the fuck are they eating? What is this? Ew. Ew. Ew.
Family here, just it's just. I mean, God only knows what she's eating there. I don't even want. But are you not worried about the mess this makes? It's just so disgusting. Look at the hands. Oh God! I just. I can't get over how fucking disgusting this is. Like, what are you doing? I mean, I suppose you're saving on the washing up, but it's such a small price to pay for human dignity and to see yourself raised above the level of an animal. Because that's really what I think this is all about. It's about differentiating yourself from the wild, from nature, from animals themselves.
Well, they live in a
you
barn.
are not an animal. You are a human being, which is why you live in a house, and so you should eat like a human being, which means using utensils and not disgustingly cramming your face like I can't even go on. I'm genuinely not trying to be racist with this, but on a deep personal level,
Stinky bomb in the barn.
I find what they're doing disgusting.
Disgusting.
Absolutely.
I agree. Animalistic and disgusting. Very primitive. Very primitive. Very, very primitive.
Level, I find what they're doing disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. The way that they're eating is just vile to me. And something is lost when you lower yourself to living like this. And then you've got me, my Nigeria food at work in the UK, and Oyibo people were looking at me like I committed a crime. Yes, what you're doing is offensive to us. What you are doing is offensive. It is disgusting, and you shouldn't be doing it like this. You know, and if you were like, well, in Africa, we eat with our hands like animals. Okay, go back. Not my problem. When in Rome, you're supposed to do back. Not my problem. We eat with our hands like animals. We eat with our hands like animals. Well, in Africa, we eat with our hands like animals. Okay, we eat with our hands like animals. Okay, you know, and if you were like, well, in Africa, we eat with our hands like animals. Okay, go back. Not my problem. When in Rome, you're supposed to do as the Romans do. If we, I realise the conversation about integration is just gone. Right? It's just gone. Like no one's interested in talking about it. But I don't want to live
Like
around
animals.
a bunch of people who just cram their faces with their fucking hands like toddlers. Like,
Yeah.
I can't stand it. It's really, really disgusting. And then you've got that bloody, latest Islamo leftist in New York who's just, again, you can't tell me he's an American, right? He is not an American. What he is a disgusting third world colonizer, right? That's what he's, and it just, it's so disgusting. It's really,
they eat everything with their hands, not just rice, sloppy, mushy peas, all kinds of stuff, just meats, and they'll eat anything, any slop You could slop them like slopping the pigs, just throwing pig slop in a trough and saying, "Suey, suey," and they'll come running to the fucking trough and they'll just eat with their face and their hands. They're pigs. They're absolute pigs. They're swine. They're swine.
I can't believe they're not constantly covered in food, frankly, because you move your mouth to the plate, not the.
They belong in a barn. They belong in a goddamn barn. They're not civilized. Don't let them indoors. Leave them in the barn. Stinky bum in the barn. Stinky bum in the barn. Leave them in the barn. Leave these filthy cockroaches in the barn. Leave them in the fucking barn.
Not the food to your mouth. Just everything about it is wrong, right? Everything about it is just absolutely disgusting. And that's just me purely on the cultural level. As in, I as a Westerner hold myself to have more dignity than an animal. And I think that we should be concerned about other people in public and how they feel about watching us eat. Because it's okay to...
They're gross. Deport them on fucking floating doors would be that's my solution. Some people think, "Oh, Stephen, you're just kidding. You're just trying to provoke them." No, I'm not kidding about that. I'm serious. That is my solution for them. Float them on doors. That's my... Where is my meme? Just a second. Where is it? I have the solution. And it's no joke. This would work. Float them. This is my solutions right here. My solution. Float them away. Float them away. Not on a plane ticket. I've heard people say, we'll put them on boats and we'll fly them out, load up the planes and deport. No. Float them away on fucking doors like the one on the screen that barely floats. Just shitty old doors that were thrown out. They're at the Goodwill or the fucking restore, what is it, whatever it's called, at the landfill, wherever you can get the scrap doors out of dumpster bins. I don't give a shit. Just old scrap shit, and that's it. And they get that and float them away. Fuck them. That's my solution. That's my solution. People think I'm kidding. I'm not kidding about that. I'm not kidding. Put them out there on fucking doors. Do you know how many fewer would be trying to come to our countries if they said, "Oh, well, you know, I saw our aunt and uncle and I saw one of my cousins floating on a door." You get sent back if you go to America or Canada or the UK. This is what you get. You don't get to stay. Okay? This is what you get. You don't get money. You don't get put in a fucking hotel. You don't get fed every day. You don't get to leech off of us. You don't get to commit crimes. You don't get to gross us out. You don't get to harm our children. You don't get to do any of this. You get floated back on a door. That's if you survive the ocean trip back to wherever the fuck you're from. If you're from India or Bangladesh or the Middle East or whatever, I would just point you in that direction and say, "That's it. I'm done." I don't know if you understand, you fucking savages, but you would be floated on a door, and that's it. This is what you get. All right? This is what you get. That's what you get from me. If I was running the whole fucking show, this is what you'd get. A lot of splish splash, because there would be a lot of doors thrown into the water, and you would be floated away on doors. If you make it back to Cuba or Haiti, fine. If you don't, fine. You tried to come here illegally, fuckers. Understand? Float. This is my solution. Float them away. No joke. Float them away. Thunderstorms going on? Too bad. You take your chances. You got here illegally. You wanted to come here and leech off of us, didn't you? Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
No.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. Fuck you. Float them away. Perfect solution. Very sensible. Hardly costs any money. I wouldn't spend millions of fucking dollars on these fuckers. I'd be helping our own people. Americans, Canadians, British people. Do you know how much they cost? And I'm going to go into this at a certain point of this live stream to show you what they're costing us. You wouldn't believe it. You wouldn't believe what they're doing in Canada. You wouldn't believe it.
To, eat in public, obviously, but you've got to be aware and considerate of the people around you. And so we have, and you don't really think about this, but we have a whole series of rules and norms that create a certain level of decorum, that give us class, that differentiate us from the animals eating slop out of the gutter. And these people are just like, yeah, no, I am an animal eating slop out.
the animals eating slop out of the gutter.
A series of rules and norms that create a certain level of decorum, that give us class, that differentiate us from the animals eating slop out of the gutter. And these people are just like, yeah, no, I am an animal eating slop out of the gutter. Now listen to me slop. And it's like, no.
I had to mute myself. Jesus Christ. This is hilarious. It's true. It's true. They do eat like animals. I love animals. They're worse than animals. They're eating slop out of the gutter. Look at the one on the screen. Oh, fuck. One eye closed and just eating with their hands. And oh, Jesus Christ. I'm surprised they even put clothing on. I'm surprised they're not just walking around maybe in a loincloth or something with a bone through their nose, shaking a fish around like a witch doctor. I mean, I got to mute.
The animals eating slop out of the gutter. And these people are just like, yeah, no, I am an animal eating slop out of the gutter. Now listen to me slop. And it's like, that differentiate us from the animals eating slop out of the gutter. And these people are just like, yeah, no, I am an animal eating slop out of the gutter. Now listen to me slop. And it's like, no, that's fucking disgusting. I don't see why we should have to live like that. I don't see why we should have to tolerate this. But also, I mean, there's other...
Slop the pigs. Slop them. Slop the pigs. Suey! Just put it all, the pig slop, in a trough. I am disgusted. I'm laughing, but oh, what a realm this is. What a realm this is. And people will say we're all equal. And they come here and they behave worse than pigs.
Genuine concerns about this, right? So everything I brought up till now was just moral concerns about the dignity of a human being and how they should consider themselves in relation to the rest of the world, in relation to the rest of the natural world. But then you, of course, have the question of sanitation. I mean, you see these people with their hands deep in their fucking mouths, and you wonder, when was the last time they actually washed their hands? Because actually, a lot of the world...
Oh, Jesus. When was the last time they washed their hands? Oh.
These people with their hands deep in their fucking mouths. And you wonder, when was the last time they actually washed their hands? Because actually, a lot of the world doesn't really care about sanitation. They don't really care about washing their hands. They don't really care about not being disgusting and being clean, actually. And so it's like, okay, well, I do, and I don't want to eat food made by people who eat with their hands.
Oh, these filthy animals. Oh. Ugh. Third worlders. Look at the worst hygiene is all in Africa. Look at the map. Oh, they got the worst scores for hygiene there. Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus.
I don't want to eat food made by people who eat with their hands and who aren't that bothered about washing their hands. It's really disgusting, and not just on a moral level. it's disgusting on a hygiene level. Like, this is really vile, and I just can't get over it. So then, some big brain leftist is going to come along and go, actually, you do eat foods with your fingers. And it's like, yes, I eat dry foods specifically designed to be eaten with my fingers, and I don't go up to the second knuckle in my fucking mouth, Evan. I don't go when I'm eating it. There is actually, like, and look at these foods compared in my fucking mouth, Evan. And I don't go up to the second knuckle in my fucking mouth, Evan. I don't go when I'm eating it. There is actually, like, if in fingers, and I don't go up to the second knuckle in my fucking mouth, Evan. I don't go when I'm eating it. There is actually, like, if in my fucking mouth, Evan. I don't go when I'm eating it. There is actually, like, if and look at these foods compared to the slop plate. Like, compared to this, yeah, you can see why these foods would actually work as finger foods. As in, I can actually eat these with a level of dignity. Like, when I'm eating a burger or a pizza or a hot dog or wings or whatever, my fingers never actually have to go in my mouth. These things are still clean. Like, there's not gross slop and wetness everywhere with these foods. So, like, you can, like, well, you say you're not allowed to eat with your foods. It's like, no, in a certain way. Certain foods eaten in a certain way that apparently they're all properly committed to because it tastes better. And it's like, I've no interest in arguing this point with you. I agree with just people on the internet on this one. Eating wet food with your fingers, particularly in front of other people, is disgusting, and I will die on this hill.
In the earliest days of our nation, the herald was sounded for the elite men of England to decide the fate of our country. Such a gathering was known to our forefathers as the Witan. Now, in the ruins of our kingdom, the call has been sounded again. A new, rising elite of steadfast men and women have a new Witan. This is the epicenter of the new British right. We shall hear from the heavyweights of our sphere: Carl Benjamin, Ed Dutton, Howard Cox, Nathan Hood, Nina Power, Catherine Blakelock, Josh Firm, and many more inspired speakers. This Witan will surely be generational. Buy your tickets now at Shield.
All right, everyone. I think I've offended at least part of the third world. I wish I could defend all of them, though, to be honest. Just send them back. I don't want to deal with them. I don't want that. Put them on doors. That's my solution. Float them away. Float them away.
What up, guys? Welcome to the Just Pearly Things YouTube channel, and welcome to my coffee talks. So, I've been recently doing updates about things I changed my mind about over time. It's kind of embarrassing because when I was younger, I got famous kind of fast on the internet. And when I was younger, I hated the criticism, she has no life experience. Like, I hated when people said that to me. And then I got older and I was like, well, dang, they were kind of right for, like, the stuff I was talking on. And at times I was like, I don't know why I was so confident in that opinion. So I want to give clarification, or maybe nuance, to one of the opinions I had about single childless women. And I guess I had this idea when I was younger, that there's like these women at 50 and they're like divorced, single, childless, and they just have terrible lives for the rest of their lives. Now, as I got older, I observed more mothers, and I kind of started to retrospectively look back at, like, my friends, and just like the people I knew from my hometown and the people who had kids. And the unfortunate thing is I realized that most women actually don't get joy from children. And I don't know why this wasn't obvious to me, because women are killing their kids like there's no tomorrow. Like, I don't know why we have this idea that women are like nurturing and born to be mothers. Because I'm fairly sure it's 28% of Gen Z that was aborted by women. So women aren't as nurturing and wanting to be parents as much as we originally thought. And what I realized in like watching women with their kids is most women, they don't care about the kid being their own person, and they don't care about like the actual kids. What they care about is the reputation they get from the child. So when a woman has a kid, she's like higher status. And women almost use their, and Ryan Stone has like a phrase called "fuck trophies for clout." And it's basically making fun of all these parents that like use their kids to build their reputation. And when I was a kid, I was plastered all over Facebook. Oh my God, it was so annoying. And it's a lot of pressure to put on a child, like, that you're responsible for your kids, your parents' reputation, or your whatever. And that's what a lot of these mothers are doing. They don't like love the kid, they love themselves, and the kid is just a way to make themselves like feel better, and almost like use the kid for clout. And to be honest, the more I observed like women, especially women that were coming on my shows, the more I saw how most of these mothers have no love for their kids at all. Because you'll see women, like, for example, I'll just use her because she's a public figure, Lauren Southern, Candace Owens, like all the tradcon women. And you can tell what's most important to them is their reputation, because they use their kids to build their brand, even though, there's a lot of creeps on the internet and stuff. And who knows, maybe I'll eat these words someday and change my mind. I don't know. But I think about things deeply, right? And I don't think I've met one mother that loved their kids more than they loved the clout from their kids and building their reputation. I don't think I've met one. And so I actually hope the birth rate falls to 0, because I don't think most women deserve kids. And when I was doing the show, these women, the famous women too, you see them going up, like, I did a collab sort of thing with Candace Owens, and it was like a month after she gave birth. And I'm like, you're flying to Amsterdam, she was nice enough, but it's like, do you know what I mean? It's like you'll see these women going on all these shows, flying all over the country, and I'm like, who's watching the children? And I grew up with nannies. Those aren't great for kids. I mean, you could still turn out okay, but anyway, so I actually hope we have less kids, because I don't think most mothers deserve children. I think most mothers are far too selfish and self-centered to have kids. And you're not really going to see society turn in the men's favor. You're not going to see any like family law change until men start withholding their seed. That's really the only leverage they have is, who they have a child with and their time. I think that when dads have a child, they really want the kid to be their own person. And they oftentimes, like, you'll see this with religion, let's say. It is when a child leaves a church, right? When you have a very religious mother and the kid says, I don't believe this, I don't want to be a part of it. It is hell for the kid. The kid, has to go through bloody murder screaming in order to break away from the church. Where the dad will respect the kid's opinion, right? The dad, and that's why you almost see, like, in the religious community, a lot more like neurotic people that are always living in fear, right? Like, you'll see a lot, if there's a dad that doesn't respect it, it's usually high in neuroticism. That part doesn't matter, sorry. But yeah, so I get older, and I don't think most mothers deserve children. I really don't. I want to see less women having children until we figure out how to not be selfish, ungrateful women. So anyways, guys, let me know what you think. Maybe I'm wrong. These are just my observations living in this society, so I don't know. Like the video on your way out, subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you next time.
Do 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 do. Here we go. Roll it. Hit it. Let's go.
I don't believe in regret. I didn't always feel that way, and I have sat in regret many times in the past. At this stage of my life, seeing the mistakes that I've made, seeing the growth that has come from them, seeing how I wouldn't have changed or evolved without those mistakes, understanding that they were part of a bigger picture for me, really makes it easy for me to not have regret currently. As much as I don't believe in regret, I do have one giant regret in my life. Welcome back to my channel. My name is Jackie, and I help people to live a life that looks good on the outside, but more importantly, feels good on the inside. While I don't believe in regret, I do have one giant regret in my life, and that is getting all of these tattoos on my arm.
Oh, damn. She's pausing for a moment of reflection. But you know, there's thousands of women these days, once they reach 30 or 40, they regret getting their tattoos when they're 18, 21, 23, 25. They wake up and go, I don't like these. I don't want this on me anymore. But you can't take it off. And laser removal, they say, is painful. It takes a lot of sessions. It doesn't completely wipe them out. It leaves scars. But it's become a big trend in the last, I would say the last 15 years or less. Because even 15 years ago, there weren't that many chicks with tattoos. There weren't even that many in the 90s, even in the early mid 90s. You had to be basically an alternative chick to have tattoos. It was still pretty rare. The last 10, 15 years. It's almost every woman now. You rarely find a woman without not just tattoos, but full sleeves like this. And then they reach a certain age, not all, but most regret it. Most do. They do. And as some guys say, and women hate to hear this too, which is fine, I'm going to say it anyways. It would be like tattooing a Ferrari or a Porsche, or they say Lamborghini. I don't really like Lamborghinis, but a Porsche, let's say, or a Jaguar, a Rolls Royce, or some beautiful car that just looks amazing, and just covering it with bumper stickers, like putting shit on it. It looks trashy. The bumper stickers. Now, are some tattoos more artistic than others? Yes. Yes, I've known tattoo artists, believe it or not. I know some people see me as snobby, saying, well, he's always bashing tattoos. I dated chicks in the past with some tattoos, believe it or not. But you reach a certain age and you're just like, you know what? You know what's the hottest? Pure skin that's innocent and pure and untouched. No ink. Because that's rare now. You're the rare ones if you're not covered in tattoos. And most guys, maybe not all, but I would say 99 out of 100. And this is where women get hung up saying, I know a guy that likes tattooed chicks. Great. Fantastic. You should all date that one guy. Because most guys don't. Most guys prefer women that aren't tattooed. So get together, tattooed chicks, and all fuck the one. You should all get together and you all fuck the one guy that loves chicks with tattoos. And then maybe you'll realize, oh, now I get what exceptions mean. Because that's what women are experts at, pointing to the one exception. Women don't even realize it. They do it all the time, though. They do it all the time. If you have a conversation with a group of women and you say something in general, and in general, black people love fried chicken, well, they'll pipe up. One will pipe up for sure. It's guaranteed. Like Rashawn. Oh, I know a black person that doesn't eat chicken. They'll say, I've heard of one, or I know one. I know a black chick that doesn't ever wear a bonnet. Fantastic. You just made yourself stand out as stupid. Great job. And argumentative, and someone that isn't feminine in your female energy, feminine energy. You just have to point out the exception. And that's what some of you do. And you know what? That takes you off the dating market for the high quality men, because men with a mind and awareness notice that immediately. I would, for sure. I would notice the chick that's always piping up saying, I know someone that isn't that way. They would be off the table or off the list of ones that I would date. And there's a lot of men that think the way I do. They'd say, not that one. That's the one you're going to have problems with, that argues all the time. And then some chicks these days say that men want a bitch. Men want a woman that argues. No, we don't. We already have a world that's that way. We already have to deal with that out in the world. We want peace when we come home. We don't want the bitch that's always trying to point out the exceptions. And we're aware as men, not just me, as men, that we're aware that exceptions exist. We're aware that most light bulbs won't last 10 years, but there are some in the world that have lasted 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years and are still going, that haven't been turned off. That usually extends the life of light bulbs. There's some old light bulbs that have been going forever. We're aware that exceptions exist as men. We don't need a woman to point it out every time, because they're just being argumentative. And when we're talking, as men like to talk about things that make sense, okay? And this is the truth. We'll speak about something that's a stereotype, or speak in something in general that's true, and it's observably true. We don't need that bitch in the room pointing out, saying, there's one person in the world that isn't like that. Like, why mention that? And there are women that are professionals at that. And it reminds me of the Rashawn types. I don't see black women in bonnets in America. They want to argue, and they're not honest. And they're not women that you want, high quality men at least, don't want around. Because we can spot what that is. Now, in the past, I don't know, I don't think women will like to hear this, but in the past, such women were cast out of kingdoms, including ones with castles. When they were being invaded, they would be thrown out. I'm not kidding about this. The ones that bitched and bitched and bitched and complained and had to argue all the time and just were miserable to be around and never told the truth and lied and you couldn't trust. And they were a Rashawn. They were cast out. To where? To let the invaders have at them and do with them as they wished. That's what happened to them in the past. There wasn't so much mercy given. It was just, get the fuck out of here. You're just saying shit to argue. And I can't count the number of times she tried to make the live stream about her and take over and disrupt and throw things off track, because she wanted attention. She was like a little girl that wanted attention as an old lady. And she is an old lady. She looks to be over 70 years old. And that's what she would do. It's not that I wasn't aware of it. Again, I'm not the only man that sees this. Men that aren't beta male liberals are aware of this. We do notice women like her that just want to cause problems, disrupt, argue, be a bitch, lie, pretend that she doesn't see black women in bonnets in fucking United States of America. It's ridiculous. They're all over the place.
These tattoos on my arm. All of these tattoos on my arm.
I like this chick. She would have been kind of cute. A little bit chubby. You know, she's not thin. Her eye color is a little bit too close to mine for my liking. But I mean, she would have been a decent girlfriend for a lot of guys that could have or would have liked her. And I know some women will be upset and say, "Oh, it's not the end of the world. She didn't ruin herself." Well, she did cover her whole arm so far in tattoos, and she's not very old. All right. And there are guys that takes her off the list. All right. That's non-negotiable. They wouldn't marry a chick that's all tatted up. And I know women with tattoos would say, I don't care about those men. I'll get the men that want the tattoos. Well, you don't realize those men aren't the same as the other men. A lot of you women don't understand that all men aren't the same. You'll say you want quality, but you'll date the scum. And you just don't get it. And that's a problem with a lot of you. I think a lot of you would be better off with men choosing who you date, like in the old days when the father or the family would choose, because you really don't choose well for yourselves. You don't. There might be a few women that do, but overall, women don't. They don't make good choices. And look at the look and the smile, the kind of like embarrassed kind of smile on her face. Women don't generally make good life choices for themselves. Their choices throughout life are not much better than what a little girl would make for herself. If she was allowed to eat Fruit Loops for dinner, she would probably do that as a 7-year-old or as a 5-year-old. And this is what a lot of women are. They're like that for life. And I know they don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear that they're childlike. It's not all women, but I would say it's most. I would say it's at least 80%. And I'm being pretty generous. If you look at society and the way they behave, a lot of women are just children in adult bodies. They never quite grow up. And they make choices like this. And they make choices not just with the tattoos, but with sleeping around. Most young women these days are promiscuous. Not a few. Most. The percentage of the women that have in Gen Z that have STDs is way higher. They're not making good choices. And you mothers are not raising daughters that make good choices. And then you get angry at men when men speak the truth. It's the truth that angers you, not the bad choices of your daughters. It's all messed up, but that's the way it is.
Just saying that out loud, I've been holding that in for so long. So
just saying it, she finally spoke some truth about herself, that she has regrets, and she's saying it out loud. The title is, I don't believe in regret, but I deeply regret getting tattoos. You know, there's a lot of videos like this now. And I know women that are maybe 35, 40, they're like, I didn't know that. Well, there's thousands and thousands of videos being made by young women that have regrets over getting completely tatted up. Some have tats on their faces, chest pieces on their titties, on their back, on their ass, full sleeves, both arms, sometimes full body, and they have regrets when they reach a certain age and say, what the fuck was I doing? So a lot of women don't like to hear it, but they need guidance from men because they are chaotic and they do make decisions that they regret. It's not just, oh, Steven doesn't like tattoos, so he's saying this. No, they regret it. They need guidance.
just saying that out loud feels so good to let that go for so long. So just saying that out loud feels so good to let that go. That is getting all of these tattoos. Even regret, I do have one giant regret in my life, and that is getting all of these tattoos on my arm. Deep breaths she takes. Oh, and I want to mention this while I'm on the topic.
There are women and men that would say, "Oh, Stephen, some women aren't going to like you now. They're going to hate you for saying these." Good. I'm okay with that. I'm cool with that. I'm cool with the number of women that do like me and love me and appreciate me. I'm fine with it. I'm bulletproof. I'm not somebody that says things just to appease women, placate people, try to get them to like me. If they hate me, good. They don't belong around me anyways then. They can't handle what I'm saying, go away. It's that simple. Because I also know that there are women that love the fact that I will say what is true, that I have the courage and principles to say it. Even if the world disagrees, not just one or two. I will say things even if I think the world will probably disagree with this, probably hate me for it, maybe even be violent towards me for it. Good. Bring it on. I'm going to say what I think no matter what. No matter what. And there might be a few in this world left that respect that will say, you know what? He has the guts to say what he thinks. He has the guts to say, fuck Islam. And fuck you religiotards. Fuck you Christians. Fuck you sheep, you losers. And fuck whatever. I'll say what I want. That's what I'm going to do. That's what I already do. And that's what I'm going to do for the rest of my life. And if you don't like it, here's 2 middle fingers in your face. Go fuck yourself and get the fuck away from me. Don't be around me if you can't take it. Go cry in a corner somewhere. Go crawl under your bed or cry into your pillow or something. Go to a safe space. Guzzle down some Kool-Aid, get some crayons and coloring books. Shove a butt plug up your ass and go play with some Care Bears or something. Coloring books. I don't give a shit. Because I know this is a zombie world and most people just want to go along to get along. And I don't do that. I don't do that.
Just saying that out loud, I've been holding that in for so long. So just saying that out loud feels so good to let that go.
How good would it feel for her to be a 40-year-old woman and have cheesy childlike tattoos all up and down her arm that she's going to have to wear whenever she has short sleeves on, a top like this, if she's at the beach, whatever. There are guys that she might like and they'd look at that and go, no, I don't want to. She looks too trashy. I don't want to bring her home to meet my family. She's all tatted up. So you actually lose opportunities. You narrow down your dating pool. It affects you in so many ways. And a lot of girls don't want to think of this. And they just get hateful saying, you don't know what you're talking about. I do know what I'm talking about. I'm glad I didn't get any tattoos when I was 18 or 20. I'm glad I didn't. But I'm a guy. Even if I did and regretted them, it wouldn't be as bad. It wouldn't be the same thing as a woman that's tatted up from her shoulder, probably down to her wrist, maybe her hand. Maybe she was planning to get the other arm done. I don't know. A lot of people in this realm are afraid to say the truth or afraid to say things that offend people. I don't mind offending people. So long as what I'm saying is true or is meaningful and is something that is important and needs to be said and has to do with my honor, my integrity, then I'm going to say it. If you don't like it, find a pillow to cry into.
Earlier in the week, I was taking a yoga class and the teacher, her name is Bianca. She's amazing. I'm going to link her Instagram page in the description of this video. She has helped me to move through so many things. Thank you so much, Bianca, and thank you for this perspective shift. While we were moving through our flow, she said, Change isn't about becoming new things. It's about letting go of the things that you aren't. Letting go of the things we thought we needed to become. Letting go of the things that aren't really resonant with us. Over the last 3 years, I've undergone so much change as a person, and I'm so proud of the person that I have become today. And the person that I am today wouldn't have a sleeve of tattoos if the person that I used to be didn't get a sleeve of tattoos. And she definitely wouldn't have gotten these. When I got these tattoos, I didn't know who I was. I was very uncomfortable in my body. I wanted to cover up my body. I was afraid, I was anxious, I was insecure. I was not in a right state of mind to be able to commit to getting a full sleeve of tattoos. Over the last 2 years or so, I've had to move through a lot of feelings of resentment and anger and regret that I had. I was so angry and so upset at the person that I used to be for disrespecting my body in this way. I'm angry that I disrespected my body in this way. I find it to be disrespectful. I don't like it. Now that I live a more holistic lifestyle, I also know how damaging they are. Like, there's all types of heavy metals in this. If I had the option to do it again, I wouldn't have this on my body. I used to spend the summer up at my grandparents' lake house, and I remember the first summer that I had them, I had been covering them up around my family. I would wear long sleeve shirts, but now we're on a lake, you're in a bathing suit. And I'll never forget my uncle. He told me that I was going to regret it one day. And I remember thinking, like, what the hell does he know? He doesn't know anything. But 17 years later, he's right. I do regret getting these tattoos. I do
That's the way women think, though. They always think that, oh, well, no, I'll never regret it. But they usually do. You know, tattoos for most women represent trauma. They get them when they're going through, as they say, shit, and they get another tattoo. For men, for guys, it's like trying to look cool, basically. Trying to get something that looks badass. For women, it's usually a sign that they're red flags. It's trauma. That's what it is. Anyway, that's the way it is.
Regret having this on my body and in undergoing so much change, and to have those feelings, those resentments coming up for yourself. It was very heavy and very hard to deal with. All summer, last summer, I wore only long sleeves. I would not wear a short sleeve. I would not wear a tank top. I wore long sleeves the entire summer because I was so ashamed. It's unfortunate that the person that I am today has to live with the very long-term repercussions of the
She has some in her hand as well, the other hand. Not the arm that's showing with tats. She's got some on that other hand. Little tattoos.
decisions that I made when I was 18 years old. I'm a firm believer that there is an exception to every rule. So while I don't believe in regret, my exception to that rule is living in the regret of what I did to my body before I...
That's women speak. She doesn't believe in regret, but she regrets these full sleeve tattoos. That's the way women are. They'll say they don't believe in something, and the next sentence is, this is that thing. And in women's minds, that makes sense. It's illogical. It's contradictory. But most women are that way. Not all. There are some women that will say that's a contradiction, and they'll spot it and point it out. Those are rare, though. I've been around women my whole life, many women. And a lot of women are like this one on the screen. They'll say they don't believe in regret, but they deeply regret they're getting their tattoos, and all of this makes sense to them completely. I don't believe in regrets, but I have a big, major regret. And it makes sense to them.
Knew who I was, or before I was comfortable in my body. I'm very comfortable in my body now. I love my body so much. I'm so proud of my body. I am proud to possess my body.
Why are you proud though? The yoga made you proud? Like, this is just weird again. You're falling into another fucking thing where, again, I don't think she would listen to a man's advice. Any man, whether an uncle, a brother, could come up to her and say, like, you're going into something again, and you're doing what you do. You're getting into something weird again. You're so proud of your body. Why? Why? You're kind of going over the top again.
Proud to inhibit my body. My body is my temple. I was that asshole who went into a sacred temple and carved their fucking initials on it. Yeah, I know you've been at every sacred site around the world and there's some asshole who defiled it.
Oh, wow. That was you. Wow. You had no respect. Wow. Watch this.
Sacred temple and carved their fucking body is my temple. I was that asshole who went into a sacred temple and carved their fucking initials on it. Yeah, I know you've been at every sacred site around the world and there's some asshole who defiled it. I'm the asshole who defiled my own temple. And I have to live with that every single day for the rest of my life. I have to look down and remember where I was, what I was and wasn't doing. Same time, I know that I am going to move through this. For me to even be able to say this out loud, I have come so far in my journey with healing my relationship about this. So I know that there will be a day where I'm okay with it. But for right
I think it's awesome that she's finally admitting it, like 17 years? And this is the way it is, that women do this with divorces and with breakups with boyfriends and stuff like that too. It will hit them 15, 20 years later, and they'll finally admit, yeah, I regret treating them that way and breaking up. Women, like, what could I say? They go by emotions. They don't think things through. They do need men to lead them. And I know that'll piss some people off that listen to this. Great. I'm not saying it and going, oh no, I shouldn't have said that. Not at all. If you get pissed off hearing what I say, great. Rage. Kick your wall. Punch your wall. Do all that tantrum shit that shows that you're emotional and out of control. Do all that stupid shit that I've seen women do. I've seen teenage girls do that when I was growing up. A lot of them are just a mess, a hormonal, emotional mess. Doing crazy shit. And they can't handle things being said. Go ahead. I think you do need men's leadership. And I'll say it again. I think that most women need a man and need men's leadership. Fathers, brothers, uncles, male friends, boyfriends, husbands. Left to your own devices, you basically do a lot of stuff like this. And it might not be tattoos. It might be something else. You might be the high school slut that has a 50 body count before you graduate high school. And everybody in high school knows, well, you're the blow queen. That girl over there, she does everybody. Without men's guidance, a lot of that happens. So you should listen to men. You should look in a mirror and say to yourself out loud, I need a man. I need men's guidance. I need men. They make a lot of sense. They keep me from harming myself. They keep me from doing stupid shit. They keep me from ruining my body, ruining my reputation. Men actually care about me when they give advice and guidance. I'd be stupid not to listen to men. I'd be a fool not to do that. That's what some of you should. I would say all women should do that. They should look in a mirror and do that. Every single woman should do that and start admitting to things, because they are chaotic and emotional and they make these rash decisions far more than men do. I'm not saying that men never do that. I'm not saying men don't make rash decisions. And I remember guys when I was younger getting fucking Motley Crue, Dr. Feelgood, shitty, stupid tattoos on their arms. And I laughed at them at the time when I was 17 years old. I laughed I had guys that were in their 20s doing that. And that album was out. Motley Crue's Dr. Feelgood. And I thought it was so cheesy. I was thinking, fuck, you're going to regret that. I mean, it's popular today, but what about 20 years from now? Long-term thinking. Maybe that day they're like, fuck, I'll never stop loving Motley Crue, dude. And they got a Motley Crue fucking cheesy tattoo with the symbol from the album cover. It looked cheesy back then, decades ago. It just did. And huge, too. Taking up like the whole top part of the arm, from the shoulder basically down to the elbow. Just one big cheesy looking fucking tattoo. Branding yourself. You might as well get a Nike fucking logo or something. If you get what I'm saying. That's what it looks like. If it's a symbol from a band's album cover or whatever. Anyway, I still think, though, for a guy, it's not as bad. For a dude, it's not the same thing. Even if he regrets it, he might just laugh about it later, but he wouldn't. I don't think most guys would be the way she is and want to cover herself up all summer, even if they had tattoos that they didn't like anymore. A lot of guys would just be like, yeah, fuck it, I made a stupid mistake, stupid decision. But they would kind of own it and not cover it up with clothing. But I think it affects her life. And I do think that women need men. I really do. And the ones that don't take men's advice, I've given great advice to certain women that didn't take it in my lifetime and came to me later on in private and said, I really wish I had taken your advice. And I said, well, I don't know why I gave it to you. You didn't listen. You didn't want to listen. You wanted to do the opposite. So what's the point?
Now it's not today. I just hope that in sharing this, it can at least prevent one person from getting a tattoo that they will go on to regret, or making any other irreversible decisions about their body that they may go on to regret. Thank you so much for coming back to my channel. Again, my name is Jackie and I help people live a life that looks good on the outside, but more importantly, feels good on the inside.
I knew she was going to say that. I never watched any of her videos before. Feels good on the inside. Jackie is alive. This was 2 years ago. Great stuff.
I know that people will see my face and they see my light skin, they see my blonde hair or my blue eyes, and they automatically jump to, oh, she's privileged.
Her eyes look green to me.
With that word,
her eyes look green. They look similar to my eyes. Except mine have gold flecks in them. Green with gold. Or blue-green with gold.
I know that people will see my face and they see my light skin, they see my blonde hair or my blue eyes, and they automatically jump to, oh, she's privileged. With that word privilege comes the implication that my life is valued more than someone else's who maybe doesn't look like me. And in 2023 in the United States, that simply isn't true. Welcome back to my channel. My name is Jackie and I help people create a life that looks good on the outside, but more importantly, feels good on the inside. There's just one question you have to ask a white person to prove that white privilege is real. You just have to ask them, what age did your parents sit you down and have the conversation with you? Or ask a white parent, at what age did you sit your child down to have the conversation with them about how to act around police so that they don't get murdered? Most of the Black people that I know had their parents sit them down, some of them as young as 3 or 4.
Oh, listen to this, so they don't get murdered. But it's actually more white people that get shot by cops. And you know why the blacks get shot? Because they don't obey. They do things like they reach for weapons and... Oh, man. She really is brainwashed. But what else is new? What else is new?
4 years old, to explain to them that they don't get murdered. Most of the Black people that I know, conversation with them about how to act around police so that they don't.
She makes videos on the internet and doesn't do research into the numbers and look into the issue. She doesn't have a clue. You're more likely to get shot by a cop if you're white than if you're black in America. You're clueless, woman.
Get murdered. Most of the Black people that I know had their parents sit them down, some of them as young as 3 or 4 years old, to explain to them how to behave around police so that they don't get murdered. No child should have to have their childlike innocence ripped from them as they now fear death. When it comes to the concept of privilege, yes, I'm extremely privileged to not have had that worry. Now, inviting nuance into that conversation.
She's absolutely clueless. What else is new? What else is new? All right, we're going to switch gears a little bit at least. Not a lot, but a little bit.
There's an alarming new crime trend from the state of Texas, which is now spreading really all across the southeast, and police say it can happen in just a few seconds.
Jugging rhymes with mugging. It spread from Texas to South Carolina. Some police in small towns there weren't even sure what the word meant until the crime started happening in their own districts.
Derived from the term mugging, but since a mug holds less, jug is make a bigger score.
This video is of a gunpoint robbery in Sherman Oaks, California. The customer throws his bag of $10,000 cash and the thieves take off. It's called bank jugging. Thieves watch you taking out money from the bank, follow you, and rob you. It can happen quickly anywhere at any time. In Austin, Texas, police report more than 60 cases in the first half of the year. And in California, police have noticed an uptick over the past few months.
Police say you can see a driver who had recently gotten money out of a Chase bank and came to this convenience store on Telephone Road. In just seconds, the 4Runner pulls up, followed by a white Chrysler. And men from the vehicles, 2 break out the windows on both sides of the victim's vehicle before reaching in and taking off with the cash.
And leaving envelopes stuffed with cash, or even putting it in a glove compartment. Nothing safe.
The day before, Houston police say this man took money from inside a vehicle at a car wash. When confronted by that vehicle's owner, the suspect showed a weapon before getting away with money also recently withdrawn from a bank.
In North Dallas, he backed his car in and then 3...
Do you happen to notice that it's the usual suspects? It's all darkies. It's all darkies doing this.
Armed men jump out of an SUV, run up, and start pointing their guns at him, even pounding on his window.
It's all darkies.
Demanding he give up the cash he has on him. In this case,
nobody wants to say it, though, do they? They just want to name it jugging, and it's a new type of crime. Well, who's doing it? Who's doing this? Who's robbing people at gunpoint? Are you going to call it cultural? Don't they share the same American culture? Maybe it's not cultural. Maybe it's racial. Maybe it's not cultural.
He has on him. In this case, their plan did not work because Mark kept his doors locked and managed to escape.
Investigators say 27-year-old Johnson and 31-year-old Davis Mitchell followed a bank customer who had just withdrawn $75,000. The constable talked with both victims today.
The wife is at home. She has a broken shoulder and some ribs. She has about a 6 to 8 week recovery process. They are very relieved to know that we got these individuals off the street.
About a week ago, this jugging incident took place. You can see the video. This man was followed back to his business and beaten and robbed in the middle of the afternoon.
Police say this is Farrell Dembry and 2 others committing a jugging at the Bank of America on Fallon Loop Road last month. A 4th suspect waited in the car. A repairman was working on the ATM at the time.
The Suspects had, while he was working on the ATM, pulled up, forced him to the ground, told him to lay there, indicated that they had a weapon, said they would shoot him if he moved.
Dembry disabled a different ATM in St. Louis earlier in the day, triggering a call to the repairman. They then followed the repairman around to different jobs until they got to O'Fallon.
In the video, you can kind of see this guy sneaking around the cars, and he takes something out of your car. What did he take?
He took money. He took the money I just got out the bank, and it was deliberate.
And how much money was stolen from you?
$60,000. I was just trying to, have a little cash to kind of negotiate better and that type of thing. We never expecting that it was all going to just disappear.
On February 13th, cameras showed the moment he attacked Trung, body slamming her to the ground and stealing her money. He followed her after she stopped by a bank and withdrew over $4,000 to pay for a family trip to Vietnam. The Houston woman's adjusting to having limited mobility, left paralyzed. 18-year-old Joseph Harrell pleaded guilty to aggravated robbery, causing serious bodily injury, and was sentenced to 30 years in prison.
It's the usual suspects that a lot of you don't want to face. You'll just say it's cultural. It's cultural. It's cultural. It's cultural. Because you're brainwashed. You don't want to speak the truth. That's the reason. A lot of people don't even want to speak the truth in text, much less saying it the way I do. I say it openly, publicly on my channel. It's not cultural. Start facing the truth. That's why they call them the usual suspects. Time and time and time and time again. It might be as high as 80% of the crimes committed by 5 to 6%, the young male niggas of the population in America, committing about 80% of violent crime. In other words, imagine the thousands and thousands of crimes that would not occur if they weren't part of our society in America. I wish people would realize that. Some of you can't think in your head and imagine, wait, that would make a huge difference. We'd have a peaceful society. And you just keep saying it's cultural. Well, you're in the same fucking country. If it were Germany and it were one group, you wouldn't be saying it's cultural. Why do you do that in America? It's not American culture to behave that way. It's one race committing most of the crimes, most of the violent crimes, most murders, most armed robberies, most assaults, aggravated assaults with weapons, most of the grapes as well, same group. I don't care how uncomfortable it makes people, because it's true. Good, get uncomfortable. You need to. Some of you have been asleep your whole fucking life. You need someone like me to come along and shake you up.
Step behind the car.
Yeah, the guy, I heard gunshots.
Huh?
And I heard gunshots, and he was holding the girl down. She left.
Which one was holding the girl down?
This guy right here.
This guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he was gonna.
This one with the jean shorts?
What's up, folks? We are back again. Happy whatever today is. We are going to be discussing this video that I saw, which is pretty terrifying, honestly. It's a video of a white neighbor, and he has, unfortunately, some people of color as his neighbors. And he tried to interview
Colored people. Don't call them people of color. Call them colored people or darkies or Negroes or niggas. Don't call them people of color. Please don't start calling them that. Don't do that. Don't give in like that.
intervened to help a woman who was being assaulted, and then apparently they jumped him, and now he's wounded and called the cops, and this is the body cam footage from that incident. So let's take a listen and see what it's like to have black neighbors as a white person. Doesn't seem to bode well for one as a white person in a black neighborhood. So let's just hope that we can afford the money it takes to live amongst our own.
Hey guys, what's going on?
So I heard gunshots.
Okay.
I came outside.
Is anyone shot or anything?
No.
What's that from?
Those two right there attacked me.
They attacked you?
They attacked me.
Why?
Because I was trying to defend a girl.
Okay. Do you need medical attention?
No.
All right, just one sec.
No, they attacked.
He's saying he was battered by these two
Yeah,
guys.
try it again.
All right.
So try it again. Try it again. Mommy, I ain't doing nothing. I ain't doing not one thing. Not one thing. On the house.
They never do anything.
Yeah.
Have you noticed that? Never.
So far, he's saying he was battered by them.
He wasn't battered.
Oh, he's bleeding. Okay.
Damn. That's a hurt.
Dude in the gray had the gun.
Yeah, I know.
I'm waiting for more people to get here. Because they're all trying to fight us. So. You don't tell us how this is going to go.
What?
You don't get to tell us how this is going to go. We're going to figure all this out.
I'm going to tell you.
They always think that they can demand.
That's how it's done. We're not taking your word for it. We're staying right here.
Do what you got to do then.
All right? That's what we're going to do.
Do what you got to do. No, go in the house.
We'll lock the house down. We don't care. We'll lock the house down.
What you mean?
We'll surround it. Doesn't matter.
Can you tell us what happened? I don't know if they talked to you yet. Step behind the car.
Yeah, the guy, I heard gunshots.
Huh?
And I heard gunshots, and he was holding the girl down. She left.
Who? Which one was holding the girl down?
This right here.
This guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he was gonna.
This one with the jean shorts?
Yeah, he says he's gonna kill her. And the other guy comes up and I said, "Look, just leave her alone." And then they attacked me.
Okay. You want paramedics?
No.
Okay. Who attacked? Which one was it?
Both of them.
Okay. For what reason?
Because I told them to quit beating on the girl.
What was she wearing?
I have no idea, man.
Okay, so let me tell you like this. Y'all, all of y'all, it's on.
Who do you think you believe of this, folks? I love how, if I was the cop, I would have gone over the white bag. Whew. Okay, at least I know somebody's going to tell the truth here. And you talk to the guy who was literally assaulted and battered, and he's like trying to calmly explain the situation, and then you go over to Shaniqua's, and she's like, "Let me tell you what's going on. I'm totally not lying, and I didn't do nothing." Ridiculous.
Y'all said it's public property.
Well, we're conducting investigations. They're really
For what?
Because there's shots fired, people are extremely uncooperative.
Huh? Well, I mean, look at all these police.
Yeah, because there were shots multiple times.
Who is you yelling at?
You.
You don't yell at me. I don't care who you is. That's one thing you're not gonna do. You gotta respect me.
I like the ones that are asleep that come to my channel that say, "Where do you find these videos?" Well, on the same YouTube that you're on the same internet, there's tons of them. Maybe you're in denial. Maybe you buried your head in the sand. I haven't. These videos are all over the place. I don't have to look for them. They're all over. This is the way they behave. Maybe you're asleep and maybe you're in denial, but I'm not. So spare me any comments, anybody that comes around here saying, "Where do you find these videos?" as though they're so rare. They're not rare at all.
You gonna have some respect. I don't care. No, because I was talking to
Again, it's like, why are we doing this? You know, look at the difference, folks. Look at the difference. One guy is sitting here bleeding, literally bleeding from being assaulted by these people. And the other people are like, "Don't raise your voice at me. Ma'am, we're conducting an investigation. I'm asking questions." That's not how you talk to me. I feel disrespected. Disrespected. Always disrespected.
you like a calm person, and the way that you sit up here and you just raised your voice at me, I don't play that. You don't raise your voice at me. You talking more calmly. What's up?
We have multiple shots fired. That's why we're here.
Okay. And
That's why we're checking to see if everything's okay. We want to make sure nobody's hurt.
Nobody's hurt. Like I was trying to tell him before he started raising his voice at me, he said that I was like, okay. He said they're being uncooperative. But it's like all these police for what?
Anytime we get a call for possible shots fired, yeah, there's going to be a big response. You have to understand, for everybody's protection here, but as well as for ours. So you have to understand it's not like a call where there's a, lost cat or something. We'll get it. We get it.
Investigation?
Not yet. We're all just getting here, so we'll figure it out, sir, and we'll be out of here. If you want paramedics or anything, if you want, they can come check you out right down the block.
Dad, there's something on you.
Oh, you consciousness or anything?
A little bit.
Dad.
I'm cool.
You're not. You have cancer. We can't. This isn't okay. It's not okay.
No, I don't need anything.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't. I'm not gonna let anybody get a girl in front of me.
No, you did the right thing.
He didn't.
I mean, he's trying to help her, so.
He didn't help at all. Now we're involved and they hate us.
Do me a favor, sir. Just stay away from this area right here, okay? You can go over here. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Honestly, not a bad point.
Now the niggas hate them. You tried to help them out. Now the niggas on your block, on your street, right by you, next door, hate you. Now what? Now the niggas in their shack hate you. The nigga shack, right there on the screen.
I can see both sides. She's like, why did you even get involved? She's like, why did you even get involved?
Thank you.
Honestly, not a bad point. I can see both sides. She's like, why did you even get involved? Let the insert adjective. Let them fight it out.
Let the niggas fight it out. That's what she wanted to say. She wanted to say, let the niggas fight it out. Let the niggas fight it out.
Let the insert adjective. Let them fight it out. Let them fight it out because, and honestly, that's a fair point. Now they will hate your guts. And these people have to live by these people. And now they hate their guts. And you know, what is that going to entail? What is that going to entail? Robberies, muggings, assaults, more assaults, actually. Add it to the list. So all good points being made. Poor thing. Poor dad, poor daughter.
I'm not gonna right now, sir. I'm sorry.
Once y'all done, please get off my property.
Ma'am, don't walk through here, please. Just go around me.
This way my mama lives.
Yeah, ma'am.
I'm going this way. Don't touch me.
Don't touch her. Don't touch her.
Yeah. You on your way?
You back up. Don't touch
Hey,
her.
hey, we don't need this.
You're not allowing me to.
That's a dog.
We don't need this.
Don't touch my
You on
mom.
your way?
Straight up. Y'all want us to back up?
Come
Y'all
on,
back
'cause,
up.
it's like 30 deep.
And now they're threatening the cops. Hey, don't touch her. Get out of here. You're trespassing. What?
Respect.
It's like 30 deep. I'm not walking up on you, but I need to get through here.
This is a crime scene.
Get on out. You walking up. Don't walk up.
Take him. Get the ground.
Get the whole nigga shack. The whole shack. Put them all on doors and float them away.
Right now. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. On your face. Get on the ground. On the ground. On the ground.
Tase him. Tase him.
Bat Leo, right there. Spit on my face. Bat Leo. Congratulations. Felony charge.
Holy shit.
Savages, animals. Filthy animals spit in his face. Filthy animals.
Watch the whole thing. That went from bad to worse. My God, we had rough runners. By the way, it's worth noting, what's with the black community and always demanding respect? You disrespected me. It's like, sir, you're the least respectable person I've ever seen. Why is it always the people less deserving that are demanding the most respect? And it's always coming out of this community, and who knows why. But anyway,
They're not a community. They're really not a community. They're niggers. They're not a community. They're not a community.
Hey guys, what's going on?
So I heard gunshots.
Okay.
I came outside.
Is anyone shot or anything?
No.
What's that from?
Those two right there attacked me.
They attacked you?
They attacked me.
Why?
Because I was trying to defend a girl.
You know, every once in a while, something happens that just hits you in the gut. Not because it is surprising, but because it confirms what too many people are too afraid to say out loud. In this video, we're going to be looking at the reason why I am not mad at those white folks for trying to create their own all-white community. You will in fact understand why it is in fact understandable and even necessary that these white guys who don't want to deal with the horrors of living close to some special sort of black people create their own all-white community. In this video, guys, you will also understand what it feels like for white people, reasonable white people, to live around blacks. And you know the particular breed of blacks I'm talking about. But unfortunately today, guys, we cannot tell which is which by merely guessing until you've had the misfortune of living around the degenerate ones. The fact that I, a fellow black person, is calling this horror out shows you that there is indeed fire on the mountain, a big fire. Now, a white guy, a white man, okay, sees a young black girl being attacked by a group of other black people in broad daylight. Now, this man, this white man, being the responsible and compassionate human being that he is, decided to help this girl. He could have kept walking. Most people would have, but he didn't. He stopped and he stepped in to help. And what does he get for trying to do the right thing for a black person nonetheless, despite the hate he must receive from them on a daily basis just based off of his skin color? What does he get? He gets jumped, beaten, bruised, bloodied, left traumatized on the sidewalk by the very crowd of people he thought he could reason with. Take a look.
Hey guys, what's going on?
So I heard gunshots.
Okay.
I came outside.
Is anyone shot or anything?
No.
What's that from?
Those two right there attacked me.
You can't reason with niggers. You go outside to help, and they'll attack you. You go to help someone, they'll attack you. They'll come flying out of their nigger. They'll come. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. They'll come flying out of their nigger shack like a bunch of chimps and attack because they're violent. Look at the shit shack they live in. Oh, fuck, man. You could rip those walls down and be floating them out on the ocean. I think this was in Florida. Float them away. Float them away. They're not going to change. They're not going to become better people. They're not going to change from savages to civilized. It doesn't work that way. Float them the fuck away.
They attacked you?
They attacked me.
Why?
Because I was trying to defend a girl.
Okay. Do you need medical attention?
No.
At that point, I would have had it figured out as a cop. I would have been like, all right, float them away. Float them away. Get them out of their nigger shack. Get them, clear out the nigger shack. I remember hearing somebody say that when I was younger. It's a nigger shack. Somebody said about something. Someone in my family, I think. It might have been one of my uncles or something. But as a kid, I didn't know what that was. I didn't know about the niggers. I had never met any. I was in an all-white area. I wasn't around any of these niggas. There was one black in my whole high school, and it was a fairly sizable school. It was all white. There weren't even any Chinese, any Ching Chong, or any Japanese. There might have been one little Vietnamese girl or something, but there was anyway. There weren't any nigger shacks around where I lived. I mean, it just so I didn't even know what that meant. I didn't know what that meant as a kid when I heard anybody say terms like that. I had never seen this stuff. I was sheltered from it. I was sheltered in the great white north, away from these niggers. I was nowhere near them. And the one in our high school, the one darkie that there was out of the years that I was there, cried racism. Nobody hassled that idiot, that fool. But he started crying racism and walking around pointing at people, calling them white trash. And he had a real issue with being the only darkie in school. But they all have issues. Even if they're 50% of the population of a place, they have issues. They have violent tendencies. They have they switch from having an inferiority complex to having a superiority complex. They're all over the place. They're just fucking savages. And anyway, I know what a nigger shack means now. I didn't know what it meant as a kid, but who knows how many they have living in that place, shirtless, flying out of there, and the big mamas. And I hope this does offend Team Evil. I hope the lurking demons are just getting irate right now saying, oh, he's so racist. King Stephen is so racist. How dare he talk about darkies that way? And he calls them colored people and coloreds and darkies. And how dare King Stephen say that? How dare he talk about a nigger shack? I hope it gets under their skin. I hope their blood is boiling right now. I hope these demons have blood that's boiling and their veins burst out of their fucking skin, out of their foreheads. Fuck them. It's about damn time somebody in this realm told the truth on YouTube. So many channels just spew the programming and the lies. That's a nigger shack on the screen, everyone. That's what it is. That's what it is. It's full of niggers.
All right, just one sec.
Okay, guys. Before we continue, I just want to reiterate that this man right here was attacked.
That man is very unfortunate that he has them as next door neighbors. Jesus Christ. Can you imagine having to live with a shack full of niggers next to you? I mean, good Christ. I don't think there's a white family or white person on earth that should have to live this way. I really don't. I really don't. Except for the ones that hurt children. Put them with the niggers. Let them live beside the nigger shack in an all-black neighborhood. I don't give a fuck about those ones if they're white and they've harmed kids. Fuck them. Put them with the niggers. Put them in the nigger shack neighborhood. But the regular white people that care and are decent white people, oh, my heart breaks for them that they live next to a nigger shack. Jesus Christ.
By two black dudes for trying to stop them from beating up a defenseless young girl. I mean, think about it.
He stepped in to try to save that niglet. Or I don't know if she was that small, but the little nigger girl, he tried to sorry. You get punished if you help them. I mean, it's not a good thing to do. They could have beat you to death for trying to. They don't care. All right? They're not the same.
You can see his physical condition. He is battered, bleeding. He was physically attacked, okay? But even at that, he is being all cordial and respectful in his conversation with the police officers. His tone is very reasonable. He is not shouting. He is not trying to harass the police or demand respect from them after disrespecting them by shouting on them, okay? He is not doing any of that. But let us go over to the other group of people. The group that commits all the crime, but claim.
We know what group commits all the crime. Float them to Haiti. Float them to fucking Jamaica. Send them. Just float them to Africa. I don't care if you have to fucking float them to Liberia, for fuck's sakes. Get rid of them. Float them away.
Claims they didn't do nothing. Didn't do nothing. Let's see how they approach and respond to the police officers. Watch.
He's saying he was battered by these two guys.
I can imagine if I was a cop, how politically incorrect I would be. I would be on the scene on body cam saying, "Oh no, it's another nigger shack. it's another nigger shack. We gotta sort out these goddamn fat niggas again. These niggas. These niggas, look at the one in pink. Oh my goodness. Look at the Aunt Jemima in pink, for Christ's sake. Holy shit. I would just be like, oh God. It's another call to another nigger shack. Can't we just get rid of them? Can't we just raise them to the ground and just get rid of these? Can't we just get rid of these goddamn nigga shacks and just float them away? Float them away on doors. I mean, Jesus Christ. Look at this. Look at this one in pink. He's a big mama Aunt Jemima. Bloody hell. And there's some other sassy black woman saying, and she got the good hair. That nigga over there, LaQuisha, she's the one that got the good hair of the family. She got the good genes, the one in pink.
All right.
So try it again. Try it again. Mommy, I ain't doing nothing. I ain't doing not one thing. Not one thing. On the house.
Yeah. So far, he's saying he was battered by them.
He wasn't battered.
Well, he's bleeding. Okay.
Damn. That's not hurt.
Dude in the gray had the gun.
Yeah, I know. I'm
Okay.
for more people to go.
Show that. That's a real nigga shack that says arrived at their home. It looks probably, the carport looks better than inside the house. I guarantee that. They have the goddamn smoke alarm going. Not like there's a fire, but when the batteries are low, they don't hear the beep, beep, beep. They don't hear it. The little Firebird tweeter, they don't hear it. They probably have a great big screen TV to program the shit out of themselves. They've got crap food in their fridge. More snacks than you can shake a stick at. And fried chicken. And watermelons on the kitchen countertop. Of course. Nigga shack full of watermelons. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm not kidding you. I wouldn't be able to hold back. I would not be able to hold back if I was a cop arriving on the scene at a place like that. And if somebody started calling it a home, I'd say it's not a home. It's a nigga shack. It's a nigga shack. It's not a home. Don't call this fucking nigga shack a home. They don't have a home. Look at the yard full of trash and just junk out there.
They're all trying to fight us.
They just throw junk on their fucking front lawn. It's a nigga shack.
You don't tell us how this is going to go.
What?
You don't get to tell us how this is going to go. We're going to figure all this out.
I'm going to tell you.
Look at the face of her chimping out at the nigga shack. Look at the look on her face. Chimping out. She looks like a goddamn gorilla. Like, what's going on here? Look at this. Look at this. Oh my goodness. Can you imagine being a cop and showing up to this and she's got the crazy eyes looking at you like a fucking rabid gorilla or something? You'd be like, what the hell? What is going on here? Aunt Jemima, what's going on? What is going on here? You look like you got rabies.
Why?
Yeah, I'm not surprised. She's being all aggressive and combative towards those police officers. In fact, her mother has to pull her back from jumping the officer. Yet, she claims she didn't do nothing. Her mother had to pull her back, but she didn't do nothing. Pure textbook figurative.
We're going to figure all this out.
I'm going to tell you.
Okay. Why?
That's how it's done. We're not taking your word for it. We're standing right there.
Do what you got to do then.
All right. That's what we're gonna do.
Do what you got to do. No, go in the house.
We'll lock the house down. We don't.
Like mother, like daughter. I'm not surprised. I am not surprised at all.
Wait, did that cop say, we'll knock the house down? I think they should knock the goddamn nigga shack down. Clear it off the block. Clear it off the street. Get rid of it.
In fact, I expected this. They said, train up a child in a way he should grow. Well, you know the rest. The mother replicated herself in her children. So this is the mother, guys, and this is her daughter, and this is one of her sons. Now I have a question. It might sound petty to you, but to me, it is a very genuine question. What do they eat? Genuinely, what is she feeding them? We might have to look into that, guys. But anyway, Let's continue.
We'll lock the house down.
What you mean?
We'll surround it. Doesn't matter.
Can you tell us what happened? I don't know if they talked to you yet. Step behind the car.
Yeah, the guy, I heard gunshots. And I heard gunshots, and he had.
All right, hold on a second, everyone. I found something here. Birmingham Museum of Art. Jesus Christ, I didn't even know they had museums in Birmingham. They've got museums in Birmingham now? They let you all have museums down there in Birmingham, Alabama? And this piece is titled Nigger Shack. Oh man. Nigger Shack. It's the name of this piece of artwork. That's hilarious. That's fucking hilarious. They call it a nigger shack. That's the name of this piece. Walter H. Sweatman. Well, that sounds Jewish. Sweatman. 1933. My goodness, there's a 33 in there. I wonder how much this piece is. I wonder if it's for sale. I know it's part of their museum, but I wonder if they'd sell it to me. Maybe I'll call there and say, I saw online a piece of artwork in your museum titled Nigger Shack, and I really enjoy it. I like that piece. Is it for sale? Would you be willing to part ways with it? I'll pay you handsomely for that Nigger Shack piece of artwork. There's just something that I really enjoy about it. Nigger Shack. Yeah, that's the one. The 1933 by Walter H. Sweatman. It's a lino cut. Yeah, Nigger Shack. Yeah, it's a beautiful piece. And it shows some niggers on their front porch, and it's a shack. Yeah, that one. I didn't realize you were in possession of Nigger Shack, and that's in your museum. That's in Auburn. Nigger Shack. Yeah, I want Nigger Shack. Oh man. Oh. Look at that. That's quite something. It's patched up along the side. You know how they do. If they break something, they break shit, they'll just put a board across it and maybe a couple nails and hammer it. Or in 1933, they probably would have had to use nails. These days, the niggers would probably just use duct tape or glue or something. And the roof's kind of curved. Looks like it might cave in or collapse. That's it. That's a true nigger shack. Isn't that something? This is going to drive the fucking demons that lurk on my channel just nuts. Absolutely nuts. Nigger shack. They're going to say, oh, he's so racist. Look at this nigger shack in Auburn, Alabama. Gift of Patrick Cather, Shoal Creek, Alabama. He gifted that to the museum. Why would he do that? Especially at that particular piece, Nigger Shack. Maybe he wanted more people to see it. Maybe that's the reason. Isn't that something? Love Shack. I remember that. I remember that song. Anna Faye. Saggy roof. Yeah, like the saggy pants. They had the saggy roofs in the back in those days, and now they have the saggy pants. The coon chicken hen. Oh my goodness, are you kidding me? What? The Coon Chicken Inn, North Seattle's beacon of bigotry. Wait a second. Coon Chicken, Club Cotton. Oh, man. Club Cotton. Oh, my goodness. Isn't that hilarious? Hut Bagger. What's this? Hut Bagger. They calling this nigger a hut bagger. Really? They called them hut baggers back then. Because they lived in a hut, I guess. And what did they bag up? Cotton? Were these the cotton pickers? Dumb MF nigga. My goodness. That's a sassy ass nigga. I'm not trying to offend anybody here. I'm just reporting on these things. Mr. and Mrs. Negro, or Mrs. Nigga, Mrs. Lampy, daughter Ruth, 2.5 with dog Nigger. They named the dog Nigger. They named the dog Nigger. Oh my, what? Oh man. These are poor whites, and they named the dog Nigger. The dog looks to be in good shape. Well cared for. West Rutland. They had a dog named Nigger, if you can believe it. My goodness. Here, nigger, 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 nigger. Here, nigger, nigger, nigger. Come on, nigger. Come on, nigger. Come home, nigger. Nigger, come on over here. Come. Nigger, come. Nigger, come here. Nigger, here. Nigger. Dinner time. Come on, get your dinner. Nigger, calling the dog. I'm calling their dog. Nigger, come here. Come on, nigger. Here, nigger, 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 nigger. Here, nigger, 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 nigger. Oh, man. That's funny. That is funny. Oh, man. This is Mr. and Mrs. Lampy, daughter Ruth, 2.5-year-old, cute little kid, with their dog, Nigger. And unfortunately, these white people were living in what could be called a nigger shack. They're in a nigger shack. My goodness. No white privilege there at all. I wish every white person had white privilege. I'm for white privilege. I want more white privilege. Oh, the numbers went way down. We had about 28 people tuned in. Now it's showing 9. We lost about 20 people out of the audience. Here, nigger, 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 nigger. Here, nigger, nigger. Maybe that's what drove them away. Drove the demons away. They don't like when I call the nigger dog. I'm calling the dog. Calling for their nigger dog. Here, nigger, 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 nigger. Oh, man. I crack myself up sometimes. I can't help it, but I come from the nigger yard, a poem by Martin Carter. Wow, he comes from the nigger yard. Comes from the nigger yard. I'll tell you, if you want some laughs, just Google the phrase nigger shack, and this what comes up. The Coon Chicken Club Cotton. I mean, this is what? University of Washington. My goodness, that's hilarious. Coon Chicken Inn. And they had a nigger as their mascot, it looks like, out by the parking lot. Look at this. Burgers in blackface. Coon Chicken Inn. Famous coast to coast. Oh, was that a chain? The Coon Chicken Inn was a chain in America. I didn't know that. They're famous. Wow. Or at least they were known, maybe. The hell? They should have kept that going. That's a landmark. Anti-black imagery, Jim Crow Museum. Oh, the niggers didn't like that, I guess, the doorway. You'd enter through the mouth of the coon to get into the restaurant. Oh, my goodness. I'm going to have to buy some of this stuff. I think this is hilarious. Andy thinks I'm over the top for that Black Jesus image with the Jim Crow era crow, and he thought it was just ridiculous. Andy thought it was over the top. I'm trying to be over the top. I'm trying to break down people so that they don't feel racist anymore. I'm trying to deprogram people so they get rid of their white guilt completely. Look at this thing. Isn't that a weird, freaky looking thing with the big lips and the teeth? I thought this was Hank at first. Hank O'Flamio, the history of Coon Chicken Inn. But that's not Hank. This is before Hank O'Flamio was even born. That looks a lot like Hank, though. The big smiling teeth, and that looks a lot like Hank. I thought that was Hank. Maybe he'll come on my show again. Hank O'Flamio, Coon Chicken Inn. This is great stuff. Maybe I'll buy some of this memorabilia. I wouldn't mind having some of these mementos. I've never been there. They closed up that Coon Chicken Inn before I was around, I think. The Sugar Shack. Well, this is a nigger shack right here. The Sugar Shack is a nigger shack. That's a nigger shack. That's a nigger shack. The niggers are lined up there. The niggas, they're all lined up right there at the Sugar Shack. I love my niggas. I love my niggas. Got a phone call. Hold on, everyone.
Force, thank you.
Everything I wanted to hear. I want to have a family.
The most public private job ever. I know. It's something you never think about.
Family, I want to stay at home.
But I don't think he manipulated her the way she's going to paint this. I'd like to clarify. It's almost like, okay, because when you meet someone, it's like you share a little, they share a little, and then all of a sudden they have everything, I think, so.
Wife, I want 2 to 3 kids. I want, to be the supportive, masculine protector husband. I want to reconnect with my faith and go to church with my wife. And just, and it's hard to meet a lot of men when you're 21, 22 that want to get married at that age. It's not a huge.
No, it is but that she deems attractive enough to marry. So Candace was smarter than Els in quick marriage. Well, Candace didn't, as far as what I've heard, and I don't know if this is true or not, so alleged, she did what a lot of women do, which is the starter boyfriend for a decade or something, a long time. That's what. So she didn't have a reputation, where Lauren decided to bang half of the industry. That's going to be an L.
Thing. I mean, a lot of girls that are dating right now will know meeting guys on dating apps, whatever, that are actually interested in getting married, not common.
And how much older than you was he?
9 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he was quite a bit older, saying...
It's not that much older. I feel like if the guy is 10 years older, you're the same age. That's how I feel.
This is what I'm looking for. You're the perfect match. Let's do this.
Yeah. And it was like, to me, it was a no-brainer.
So there was nothing weird that he said. I mean, did he come right out and say, I'm looking for a submissive wife? Did he use that language with you?
So you
see how feminist these hoes are? It's just ridiculous.
The only thing that I would look at, and I didn't see it as a red.
Also, can you guys hit the like button? There's 1,200 of you in here. Let's see how many likes we got. We got 378 likes. Are you guys messing with me? Are we playing? A like is free. All right, please. Thank you. Thomas Conservative. Sometimes people don't want to date someone who knows what they do and make for a living. They want to come home and not talk shop. Even gangsters love a good petting zoo. Yeah, do you know what? And especially, oh my gosh, I remember back in the day, it would be like, oh, let me pick your brain. I'm like, I don't want my brain picked on a day, anyways.
Like then, but I would look at it as a red flag now that I kind of see the red pill movement coming about.
It's not a movement. It's men like comparing experiences.
When he was talking about how him and his friends no longer wanted to date Western women. They wanted to go find a woman overseas who was going to be passport bro. We want to find a woman overseas who is going to be more submissive and not a feminist. And
the last Lauren episode you did a couple weeks ago was some of the most entertaining content I've ever heard. Lauren Southern, glad you're covering this again. Yeah.
Going to be,
Thank you. And these women, remember, spiteful women try to ruin your life. So I wouldn't be surprised. Some of these women, I'll let you know, they will go around. I've had collabs cancel last minute, and I find out later it's because some woman is pissed I covered her, and they say not to work with me, and da-da-da-da-da. And I'm like, here we go again. Now there's 476 likes. Well, there's 1,000 of you in here. I expect 800. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Okay.
A proper feminine woman. So it's maybe someone in South America. Now I look at that and, I get it. No one wants to be dating the like hardcore feminist, I hate men.
Now she's saying, well, I want all the freedom. I want to do whatever I want and still be married. Yeah.
And a girl that's gonna want to arm wrestle you and never have kids. Like, of course, like that doesn't make sense. But in a lot of ways, some of the guys who are saying this literally want like a non-human as their wife, like a non-person. They don't.
Sounds pretty nice, doesn't it, guys?
Want to have to work on conflict resolution.
Which it doesn't make any sense to me because to me, I mean, maybe there's some aspect of that or truth to that because of a language barrier. But also, I feel like women from other cultures, they are the ones that are the most feisty, very, they will talk back. I don't know. This idea of like anyone else from a non-American culture, like they're very submissive. And I don't know. I don't know that.
I don't believe that either. I know.
I don't get that vibe from any woman that I know that is from somewhere else. They all seem to be way more, combative, I guess.
Yeah, but they're usually more feminine. I mean, they might be feisty, but they're like feminine. None of us ladies none of us scream femininity, unfortunately. Do you hear this? I swear like a guy, it's just, we're all awkward. We're just not like smooth.
Yeah. And then the other thing that, everyone watching this is going to know is I wouldn't normally date a girl your age, but you're not like other girls. You're smarter than the other 22.
Yeah, so now these women are aging out and they're getting pissed because the men their age want the 22-year-olds, even though they benefited from it back then. Yeah, but they don't know. The thing is, when you're 22, you don't know how to be smart with what you have. You just bang who's cute. The wall really is when you get banged enough times to bang for resources instead of just cute, fun vibes. That's the wall. And we're hitting it way earlier.
Year-old girls, And once again, when you're 22 years old, you're kind of like, of course I am. I'm the smartest 22-year-old that ever existed. Like, that's me. What a compliment. But it's like, no, I'm just a little more naive.
What did he say about his views on working women?
Did not like them. didn't think that was a good, which was funny. This has always been a strange thing about my career is I tend to like more conservative men that tend to have these more
You banged Destiny and Andrew Tate.
Traditional conservative views, but then I have a massive career where I'm traveling the world, and there's a contradiction there. There is a contradiction there. So I'm like, okay, you really like me because of my career. You think it's amazing, but then you also dislike working women. You think it's kind of a feminist thing, but also, do you really dislike working women? I don't think so, because when I eventually did get married, I was constantly lambasted for not earning money, for being useless. Like, why you're not contributing enough. And I'm like, whoa, like I thought you wanted this. And so having this idea of,
I bet the real story was she was a lazy housewife. A lot of women that are housewives just want to be lazy and do nothing.
Women in the workforce is bad, but then I quit my job to get married and be a mother, and then suddenly I'm useless and not contributing enough financially to the household. It's like a lot of, I think this is where the trad stuff can have reality and online ideology collide, is it really practical for one person to be supporting an entire household nowadays? In a lot of cases, not really. And it can be extraordinarily stressful for men to have that burden on their...
I'm for women working. I really am. Go be a teacher. Yeah, you might as well help. Lauren is looking a little rough these days. Those facial procedure bills must be going up.
Shoulders. And I think when men face the reality of it, they're kind of like, okay, actually, it would be really helpful if my wife was still working right now. It would be really helpful if you had an income, even if it's just an online job, whatever it is. So it's like kind of trying to make a square peg fit into a round hole, where it maybe would have been even more beneficial had I been the main earner and pursued my career. And then he was kind of supportive in the background. That might have worked better. But because there was this ideology in mind of, no, this is what a marriage is supposed to look like, this is what gender roles are supposed to look like, it became presentation over practicality. And that really hurt things, in my opinion. I think every woman a little bit, maybe not every single one, but definitely me, every woman a little bit wants to be able to be in her feminine.
And that's why you were able to talk yourself out of your own intuition.
Yes. I'm like, I need to...
Yeah, see, these are two women that have taken L's. Like, neither of them have hot boyfriends. They're just like old harpies that took an L and can't just accept it. Look at, I mean, I've taken my share of L's. I'm not pretending to be above it, okay? I'm not. But do you know what? I will never take an L and pretend it was like anything other than my own choices and decisions. You know, I'll never talk bad about anyone I've dated, really, because, you know, you're equally bad. If you think someone's bad and you dated them, like, what are you? Look at these thin forearms. No, she wasn't a busy housewife. No chance. Yeah, I mean, the nails like that.
I want to be vulnerable. I want to give my whole heart to someone. And part of that means not trying to be the boss babe and question him everywhere, not trying to fight with him, accepting who he is, trying to forgive, radical forgiveness. And I had really mentally decided, like, this is my person. I don't want any other man. I'm not interested. This is my person. And I'm going to do my best to love him for who he is. But, you know, a relationship is two people. It's both ways. And both of you have to be looking to improve yourself and grow. And if one person is under the impression that they're perfect, which I find this a lot with maybe other girls, like, men will tell you, we don't change after 30. We don't change after 30. This is who we're going to be. So you either accept it or we can break up. And that was a thing that was used a lot, is whenever there was kind of a problem that arose.
Yeah, she would just nag. And that's the thing. Women always want to nag men's behavior, but men don't nag our behavior. Men are just so nice like that. They really are.
He would be like, okay, well, we're going to break up then. And that would create this like abandonment complex in me, where I was like,
well, that's your own problem though. Like, if you can't, look, I understand at some point we are in the dating marketplace. You got to have developed some level of detachment and knowing things might not work out. Otherwise you're going to get crushed and eaten alive. Things either work out or they don't, but men want to make sure you're not going to crash out if they don't work out.
This thing that I have given up my career for, that I am, this is the person I want to marry. This is the person I want to have kids with, or especially when I was already, married and pregnant. I can't lose this. Like, I have to. It got really bad when I was pregnant. Okay, well, we're going to get divorced. So it went from me psyching myself out and ignoring red flags to him giving me.
I'm trying to recap. What did he do? He threatened to divorce. Okay. Maybe you were annoying.
Literal anxiety of abandonment if I ever addressed red flags. And it no longer felt like I was even in control of my own destiny or my own ability to confront reality, because confronting reality in some cases of the way he was treating me or the decisions being made meant losing the entire idea that I had dedicated my entire political existence and ideology to, the nuclear family. This is what I want. I want to be a wife. I want to be a mother. I want to have this for my child as well. So if I don't accept the reality that he has given me, he's going to leave me.
Did he say that he was a Christian?
Yeah, Catholic.
Okay.
Yeah, which, a lot of debate around there, but that's a whole nother podcast.
Right. Yes. Okay. Because I was just curious about that.
We went to mass when we were together. Yeah.
What were some of the ways that he strategically isolated you from your friends and family when you first got together?
Okay, so what happens is men want to be the king of their castle. They don't want all these other people's opinions. So there are times when they may isolate you from your friends or your family, but it's just because they're like tired of listening to their opinions, because they want it to be their house, not these other people's house.
Well, it definitely began with like little subtle comments about how everyone in my work sphere was problematic, how I shouldn't talk to them. And don't get me wrong, like there's some accuracy there. There's a lot of problematic people within the political sphere. But it definitely became this thing where I was made to feel like every accomplishment that I had made in my life, my documentaries, all of it was horrible and connected to this horrible sphere of people. So I can never be proud of it. I have to kind of leave it behind, never engage with it. And it was really like the major one came around when I had just given birth. It was a week after I had had my baby, and he accepted a job in Australia.
What I'm hearing is she was a lazy piece of shit that just nagged him all the time. This guy waited for her in prison. Why would he do that if he was going to just abandon her after she had a kid? Come on.
Yeah. And he had promised, one of the things that I was like, wow, this is an amazing man, is he was like, I will move to Canada with you. Because I told him I can't do a long distance thing and I'm not moving to Australia. I want to be with my family. I've been away from them for far too long, traveling the world, doing these films. I need to be in Canada with my family. And he's like, fine. I have made all the preparations.
She acts like she can disappear for a while and pop back up 8 months later, and voila, she's brand new and never born again.
To move to Canada and to be with you there. And we will live there, grow old there, everything. And I was like, wow, I've never met a man with such a sacrificial spirit for love. That's incredible. But a week after I gave birth, he accepted a job in Australia without any conversation between us about it and said, I will divorce you.
Yeah, but
if you don't come to Australia with me.
Well, yeah, what are you going to do, a long distance marriage? Yeah. And so he's giving you an out, you could leave. No one's putting a gun to your head.
It was somewhere where it wasn't even going to be near his family or anyone we knew. And when you've just had a baby, you need support systems. You need people to help you out.
No, you don't. They used to kidnap you. So, in the old days, they would kidnap you and get you pregnant. Adapt, bitch.
It's hard to tell if you have postpartum depression, all these things. There's a lot of factors that mean you need your family and support systems in that space.
Did you share with your friends and family that he was constantly threatening divorce if you didn't do what he wanted?
No. I was too nervous I felt embarrassed. I felt ashamed that I was even in that position. And definitely this is another big thing with the kind of trad sphere. And I know so many people that are living this life where they're posting the family photos, where they're posting the sour bread baking.
Yeah, I agree with her here. These women are so full of shit. They're so full of it.
We're the happiest family on earth. And then you'll have these private conversations in the dead of night where it's all hush hush. And it's like, He told me I should kill myself again. He told me he hates me. He told me he's seeing another woman. But
okay, yeah, but I mean, you don't even know if that's true. I mean, if the statement starts with "she said," I'll take it with a grain of salt. If he said it, I might believe it, but not all.
None of it.
If you think someone's bad and you dated them, what are you? Pearl Davis, 8/3/2025. Yeah, I mean, like, if talking bad about your exes is like a self-own. Especially as a woman, because we have so much more choice. Like, men can be like slim pickings. But us, it's like a cell phone, you know?
It's like everyone is so embarrassed of having these real, or the other way around. There are men in these positions too, right? Where their wife is like doing something horrible to them. And there's so much pressure to keep up appearances, because otherwise it's like you've failed. You have failed at what your life is supposed to be, and now you're just another one of those degenerates.
Was he saying to you that you should kill yourself at
No.
certain points?
This is other women that I know.
What kinds of things would he say to you when you were fighting?
A lot of "you're dead weight on my life," like you're useless. All you are is dead weight to me.
Well, were you dead weight? That would be my question. Alex, do a better job. Let me teach you how to grill these hoes.
You're pathetic. Like,
so were you perfect?
You know, I remember like a very specific rant towards me of, because every once in a while I'd get a bit of confidence and I'd be like, okay, well, like, if you're going to abandon us, then I can't control that. Like, you keep telling me you're going to abandon us.
Are we sure she didn't get the hurt bump from the blue-haired Coomer gremlin? I don't know. This is just apparently what the ex-husband told Rollo Tomasi.
I guess I got to move on. And so there would be like very specific psychological things like, okay, you think you can move on from me? You might find another guy that's better, but in most cases, you might find a guy that's more abusive. He might beat you. He might be horrible to you. Good luck with that. Like, very calculated kind of comments to kind of mess me up psychologically. This is stuff that I
got a comment that says, looking up and right when she's saying certain things, which is the visual imagination, not memory. Whenever she does that, she's lying.
I can't say where his headspace was. He is someone...
This poor guy. I understand why they avoid us influencers.
That I still love. He was my husband, right? I still love him. I can't be in contact with him because of the way that he treated me and treated us, and also because he abandoned us. But there is still like a big...
How bad did you have to be to get a guy who waited for you in jail to abandon you? You probably sucked.
Part of me where it's like, I don't even recounting these stories. It's hard for me to recount them or think about them because I try not to. Like, my son's going to grow up and he's going to watch this, and I want him to know that I loved his dad very much. Sorry.
Yeah. It's okay.
If you're Lauren Southern's son and you watch this, your mom's a crazy hoe. She didn't love you that much. Sorry. But you're not alone. Most mothers don't love their kids that much.
Oh, I don't like crying on the internet, but thanks.
It's okay. Take your time.
And there were good times. Like, there were good times. There were lovely, beautiful times. Camping, like going to the zoo, all this kind of stuff. Just, I think people love the way they know how to love. And I think that he grew up in a very difficult life, and it's not my place to talk about the type of life he had. And
she'll use their trauma against you and just call you damaged forever and then see nothing wrong.
Childhood he had, but it wasn't an easy one. And when I recount these stories, I actually believe that he felt he was doing better than what he grew up with. And so,
that very well could be true.
Right? As much as some of it is like, it's not okay. It's not okay to call your wife.
It's complex to be in an abusive relationship. I love this person. I don't love how they treat me. And it's rationalizing that. You get the same thing with kids in foster care, is that they are rescued from these horrific situations within their family. And yet they'll still ask things like, when do I get to go home? It's very, very complex.
Yeah. So it's like
Alex Clark, you're an idiot. I think you might be the top 10 dumbest interviewers I've ever seen. Oh my God. She's crying. I'm starting to believe her. Yeah.
don't know. I don't, you know, I think I've given the idea, like, you don't call your wife worthless. You don't lock her out of the house. You don't tell someone you're going to divorce them if they don't come to another country with you, if you've already had a kid. Like, there are so many things I could recount. There are more detailed things.
Yeah, that's women hold every bad thing you've ever done to them in like a catalog just to throw at you later.
More horrific things. There were
crocodile tears.
Beautiful aspects of the relationship that I could recount, but yeah, I just also have to keep in mind, like, my son's going to grow up and he's going to watch this stuff one day, and I hope his dad heals. I do, like, ultimately, despite all of this and despite everything that's happened.
Oh my God.
And I hope he heals, and I hope he grows as a person, and I'll never...
This is why women shouldn't have microphones. Hypocritical, I know. But I already said I'm a hypocrite, so...
Name him. I'll never dox him. I'll never say who he was, because I don't want this to follow him around for the rest of his life. After he left us, he did try to email tons of people in my work sphere and say that the reason was because I cheated on him and I stole his child, all these things that were untrue. So he really did try to destroy my reputation publicly.
Oh, that's rich! All right, that is rich. So let me get this straight. He tried to destroy your reputation when you have a book out about, oh my God. Oh, I hate women. Oh, I hate my gender. Oh my God. But not all. I can't say what I want to say.
And he left you.
He left us. And I begged him to have shared custody, and he rejected it.
Probably because he knew you were going to torment him forever. So he's like, I can't deal with this craziness.
And I don't know why. It seemed so unnecessarily cruel. I was living with my parents, trying to, you know, just pick up the pieces of my life and create a good life for my child. And I didn't understand why the cruelty, why he would do this to us.
How long did the marriage last?
It was only a few years. Yeah, only 2 years.
Oh my God, that's such an L. Okay, well, I think that's where we're going to stop it today. But, you know, tomorrow, because now it's like the trad. Maybe we'll react to more of it later. But yeah, I mean,
falling faster.
Most answered very quickly, no. Because men are useless. I mean,
this headline from The Hill, it caught my eye. Most young men are single. Most young women are not.
Young men have fallen faster than any demographic in America over the last 40 years.
It's a different world now. Like, we don't need men the way that they used to.
Nobody needs men!
The future is female.
Men and women are drifting further apart, and society is crumbling because of it.
A fascinating debate has broken out about the value of marriage.
You've kind of got the trad con versus red pill thing.
This men's rights crowd that sometimes just goes too far the other way.
You need to stop acting like grown boys and infants and actually become men.
Marriage is a bond, and it's a sacred bond.
It's a machine designed to extract resources from you.
Now many of the red-pilled have taken the position that it's bad for men to get married.
Hannah Pearl Davis, or just Pearly Things.
One of the most controversial faces in all of the internet.
She goes on to say that marriage is a terrible deal for men.
Because if me and you were in a business contract, you would never sign a contract where I am paid to leave.
Gee, what could go wrong there?
74% or something of divorces are initiated by women. Men have everything to lose, primarily their own children.
Men get killed by the courts and by divorce laws.
I had no idea that courts of family law were courts of equity, not courts of law.
Because in family court, you don't need evidence to accuse someone of abuse. You need no evidence. When you guys say get married young, a lot of these men don't know what they're signing up for, and you're not going to be there when their entire life falls apart. I interview them on the other side.
I didn't meet my son until he was 15 months old.
How much did you spend trying to get him back?
On legal fees alone was about $200,000.
Before you know it, you're homeless. You're literally just thrown out onto the street.
We absolutely reinforce bad behavior from women.
Wives are taught to leave their husbands, and then daughters grow up without their fathers.
Family is the foundation of society.
Every problem in society comes from single mother homes.
A lot of women will just chase this negative rabbit hole of happiness, endless happiness.
Feminism's biggest failures is it lies to women. We tell women to date as many guys as possible. We tell them to put off family into marriage.
You are allowed to leave your perfect husband. You are allowed to end a relationship with a really great boyfriend.
Oh, freeze your eggs, have an abortion. What? You're evil.
I don't think there's anything else in life that we actually ever go into preparing to fail.
Right.
Like if you have the mentality of this is going to go wrong and be pessimistic, naturally the outcome is going to be that it's going to fail anyway. Yeah. It's self-sabotage.
And that's the thing, like women are so willing to leave marriages because they're not happy. This is not about happiness. The most important thing is the children. And the problem is we have a modern society where it's me, my feelings, leave when I feel like it, instead of doing what's best for the kids.
This myth that we live in an age of male privilege. Where's my male privilege?
They think, well, men have all the rights. They have all the power.
Privileged patriarchal system that we have.
Why doesn't our society care about men's rights?
I have no friends,
No wife and no social life.
Men are alone in this situation. Men are homeless. Men are thinking about eating guns.
I've seen so many men on the brink of suicide and they didn't do anything wrong.
How are you equal if the men are the ones that have to fight and die to defend the country? The men are the ones that build and maintain all the infrastructure.
Women are helplessly dependent upon men.
The so-called deaths of despair from suicide, overdose, or alcohol, 3 times higher among men than among women.
Culture is telling men you are no good.
You got to get your act together.
I think men have failed themselves.
What kind of a man are you? What kind of a woman are you going to attract?
If men are in trouble, so are women.
Everybody knows this is a huge problem, but nobody wants to admit it.
Every single woman at the table said they wanted a man.
500K.
500K. 300K. 300K.
200K.
Am I crazy?
Everything is really set up against you to fail as a man.
If men make less than women, women don't want to marry them.
So you know who wants more economically and emotionally viable men? Women.
I don't want to be an independent woman anymore.
I don't want to be a strong, independent woman.
I'm over it. When is it going to be my turn?
Where are we meeting the men that don't suck?
I can't keep having these same conversations.
The only simp here is you, Pearl. You simp for men.
I think you said for women.
She's a provocateur. She says stupid stuff, but Pearl is right about this.
It's already happening. It's just not out in the open yet.
Now it's just hookup culture is going to be our fairy tale ending because men don't want a wife and women can't find a husband.
The future, if everybody follows your path, is there is no future.
We go into population decline and our economy goes into decline.
Civilization will crumble.
The American story does not end well. This is an existential crisis failing young men.
What up, guys? Welcome to another episode of Pearl Daily here on the Audacity Network. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Today, we are going to be talking about Lauren Southern's divorce. When crazy women take L's, they can't handle it. But I first wanted to say thank you to everybody that's donated to this divorce documentary. It's with the donations that we're really able to do what we can do here at the Audacity Network. We are trying to raise $100,000 for this divorce documentary, and I'm going to read the people that donated, but I got to verify. They gotta make sure this is me. Do you know what? This 2-factor has really messed me up the last few weeks. Because I don't know what it is. My technology has been failing me. Okay, it's been failing me. I don't know how my computer, the screen is broken. So right now I have to use a monitor below this. I can't even look. I have to look here because this screen does not work. This screen also crashed and my phone crashed. Well, my other phone. And I'm doing this like 2-factor thing. Oh my. I just don't know how this all happens in the same week. Have you guys ever had a technology week like that? Before the show, I thought that monitor crashed too, and I was like, I don't know what it is this week. But it is because of the men and women that donate to this divorce documentary that it will be made possible. Thank you to Daniel for the donation, Maxine, Wayne, John. I just do first names. Oh, $200 donation from Bradford Anonymous, John, Rich, Eddie. Thank you. Those are the donations from the last few days. We're at $36,320. We'd really like to get to $100,000 this year. The reason is I'd like to hire a documentary team, and I'd like to have like 6 months to a year of their stuff so we can start and but anyways. All right, so today we're going to be reacting to Lauren Southern and a female enabler. So for some reason, and what was her name? Let me get in this thing. For some reason, when we take L's as women, we just like cannot handle it. I don't know what it is. Do you know what? Like, there's been times in life where I've taken an L. You get screamed at, you get fired, you get whatever, and it's just a sad day. Oh, Alex Clark, that's it. And but some reason women, I think the majority have to like rationalize their L's. They can't just accept it. You can't just say, do you know what? I failed in this capacity. I'm a failure. I'm a loser. You know what I mean? That's really difficult for us. So today I'm going to be reacting to Lauren Southern calling tradwifing being a scam. But before I do, I think we could have some fun and go through my tweets, my retweets the last like day or so. And I like to explain, because if any of you follow me on Twitter, it's Pearly Things with a Z. Sometimes my thoughts aren't the most well thought out. So it might be kind of a little fun segment to start the day, and we'll just go through. Sorry, not well thought out. They're not well explained. They're not well explained to the general public. This clip of Nick is going viral. It's always a calculated risk when I play him. I think I could play him, though. I think this could be I think it'll be all right. Oh, thank you to the super chat. I'm doing this on my phone. I had to buy a new computer. It comes Tuesday. Post-pandemic chronicles. Thank you. So if you want, Doug MPA, I'll let you decide. I'll default to a man. Can I play a viral clip of Nick? Or do I need to not? I'll let Doug MPA. He can lay down the hammer or not. It's going viral. It's really good. It's really good. I think a lot of people would relate to it. Oh, now you guys are having STD nightmares because of STD Friday, Yeah, go for it. Doug MPA gave me... Doug MPA... I think Doug MPA's main job is to keep me monetized. I just go off the handle. I'm like, let me say this, this, and that. But, the last few years, I've explained, I've had to kind of put my life on hold. I've had a lot of people step in to help me, which I really appreciate. But anyways, I need to stay on this track. And you know what? Today, I am actually feeling so good today. I'm just in a good mood. Play the clip. Can you let me? I kind of want to react to hit pieces because I think you guys would find it entertaining. And there's some people I said nothing about that I want to give my 2 cents 3 years later because I didn't let it go. I didn't. Screw you. All right, let me watch Nick's clip. He's so talented. I'm sorry. I can see why conservatives hate him. I really do, because that man is one of the most talented entertainers I've seen in my life. He has a way with words. Yeah.
I'm being accused of being the CIA.
Okay, so let me give the preface. So we reacted to Nick and Candace going at it, right? They went at it on YouTube, and they did an interview, and Nick and Candace came for Nick, and Candace Owens. I actually I should go a little bit more. Let me get the other clip. Make sure my screen down because I don't know what's gonna come up. But Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson. Let's see. Let me get this. All right. So there is a part where Candace...
That's a fascinating observation.
Candace talks about Nick, so they're talking trash about
That
him.
has never occurred to me, that the theater kids have taken, like, literally.
Yeah, the literal theater kids.
That's just...
Here's your next role. You're going to be president.
So, speaking of theater, I just hesitate even to ask this, but because it just opens up all this stuff I don't want to deal with, but you just interviewed Nick Fuentes.
He's going to regret asking this. He's going to regret asking this because Nick torched him.
I did.
Or had a conversation with him. What did you think of that? What do you think of him?
I mean, I can tell you my experience was entirely fraudulent with him. I never interview people as a gotcha interview. It's always...
So that's female gaslighting. Okay, that is female gaslighting. It's called GASLIGHTING. When she did the thing she's saying she didn't do, and it was very obvious to everyone that watched, and then pretends she didn't do it. And again, I used to love Candace Owens. I used to love her stuff, but ever since she turned on Crowder, I just can't unsee it. And I don't care how many simps in the comments. When she gives an apology, remember, she did an evil thing. This is evil. Evil. She called a man an abusive monster. That is a terrible thing to do. And now she quietly takes down the video and expects me to forget. When is the apology? And it makes me so mad. You're grifting my religion and you're calling a man an abuser. Screw you. Screw you. I want a public apology that is to Steven, in person, off camera, and as loud as the video you made a lot of money on. My channel is demonetized. I'm not given the option to reapply to make a 5-minute video and no exact date to reapply. Can I be monetized again? It's not looking good for you. It's not looking great for you. It's really not. I just got to be honest.
He was making the rounds. He's been around for a while, and kind of his story, when I learned it, because he was banned from everywhere, so I didn't actually know what the backstory was with Nick Fuentes, but then I learned it when he was allowed back on X, and Jeremy Boring, who was...
Now, I don't believe that she didn't know who he was. I don't believe that. I didn't know who this guy was. And you could tell because I'm like, what's that? I don't want to say the organizations because guys, I love all people. I am not going at anybody. I love everybody. Okay. Anyways.
Then the CEO of Daily Wire did this X live with him. And
Jeremy Boring did an event with Nick Fuentes?
It was weird. Everything was weird about what happened, but it happened. And Nick told his story, and I was listening in, and said essentially that he was canceled because he started asking questions about Israel. He was 18 years old, and he alleged that it was, very much the fault of the Daily Wire or whatever he said. And I found it very interesting. And I was like, oh, I actually didn't know this was the backstory. Like, maybe this really is a person who had, just ahead of everybody else, was questioning Israel and had like a bad hand given to him. So I had him on the show, welcomed him into my home, and he was very nice. We told him we're going to cut a controversial trailer. We're going to show you like these clips of you talking trash about me, and you can talk about whatever you want for as long as you want. Ask any questions you want to ask. It went great. He left. He said, thanks. We can now be friends. And I am not kidding. We published this 11 days later, and I don't even know how to, he just starts screaming, calling me.
So that's another thing. Women hate masculinity, and they subtly shame masculinity. So now she's saying, oh, he was screaming. Nick's not a yeller. Look I know men that are yellers. I do. I know them. I've dated a particular... There's things I want to say so bad, but I can't. The patriarchy is benevolent. Okay. Thank you for the super chat. But Nick is not a guy that's going to scream at you. He's not.
Effing... guy, TCH, who set him up. We didn't edit a single thing. Those 11 days, like 2 weeks before we even published the interview, we told him if there's anything that he wanted us to insert. Like, nobody does that if you go on their show.
Yes.
And I genuinely don't know what triggered him, other than me at the very end asking him about, like, or talking to him about family.
Yeah, but so this is the thing with women. They're so unlikable. They don't know why people are reacting to them. Look, I know my flaws. You guys have been very, very open about my flaws, all right? I don't always think things through. I'm a modern woman. I can be hypocritical, I know. I talk too much, I'm loud. And if I put somebody off, if I'm being honest, I understand. I can't be everybody's cup of tea. I really can't. I can't. So, women, what happens is they go through life, and Candace is like a pretty black girl. Her whole life, she's been cute, but now she's getting old, and she's not going to be able to get away with the stuff that she used to get away with. I was chubby, all right? I was kind of fat when I was younger. I never got to get away with that, all right? I always had hotter fronts. I got away with stuff too, right? But this is my point. So now people they're not gonna do what they used to do because she's a woman now. She's not a girl, she's a woman. So now what's gonna happen is she's gonna have woman consequences. And now she's not gonna be used to it. And now, so when she's a bitch and people respond, she's just gonna gaslight them. Because that was a gotcha interview.
And it was just the rage that was coming out of him was just weird. And I don't know why he did that. I don't know why he did a 180. You had access to me. You could have said anything after. Even if he had said in good faith, I thought I sounded a little weird here, could you cut it out? We probably would have cut it out, because I just don't want people to ever not have a good experience coming on our show.
That.
You know what I'm saying?
And also, you want people, I'll speak for myself. When I invite someone on, especially just to hear their views, I want them to be able to express what they actually think.
Right. Exactly.
And you decide what you think, and you decide how to express it. I mean, that's like a basic human right, kind of.
Yeah.
And so I'm not here to trip you up into saying something you don't mean. I want to hear what you...
Now, this is what women go into men's spaces and expect to be treated like women. So she's saying, well, you didn't give me the courtesy. You didn't give me the basic decency. Why didn't you talk off screen? Da, 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 da. Yeah, and I had to learn this... I had to learn this too, I'm not going to name names. But, I'm not going to, you can't, I'm not going to go there, but you can't demand that you're treated like a woman in a man's world. This is work. This is business, honey. So yeah, if you want to do a live stream responding, and you're saying you can't respond to our debate because, and I didn't really think he was mean about it either, was the other thing.
You mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Right? So,
and he told the story, he did all of that, and apparently then, and I don't know if it was driven by insecurity, he didn't know how.
Yeah, that's the next thing women do. You're insecure. You're insecure.
His followers would take the interview, but he just did a complete 180, lied to his audience, pretended that he was surprised it was behind a paywall. We spoke about him and how we were going to release it. He said, great. I mean, it's a total 180 flip. So I can now say that I didn't listen to other people say that Nick was a bad person. I didn't care about what happened when he was 18, 19, 20, 26. I sat across from a person, had a conversation with him.
So now she's going towards reputation destruction. You're a bad person. You're a bad person, and it's posturing, right? I'm moral, he's immoral, yada, yada, yada.
Behaved one way in person and then put on a show for the internet. So I actually can say my experience with Nick Fuentes is that he's a terrible person and a terrible human being, because why would you do that? There's no reason to do that.
I agree.
Like, did he commit a crime? And see, this is the thing. Women use simps to destroy men's reputation. He didn't commit a crime. He said words she doesn't like. And that's the thing. Women have to police speech, because what happened really is Nick embarrassed her because he cooked her. Oh my God, he cooked her for 2 hours straight. It was so funny. And she doesn't really like getting cooked because because she's a feminist. I'm a feminist. We're all feminists, all of us. But the difference is she's built her brand, off of being a good person. And you got to be honest that you're not. Yeah.
You could have come back onto the show. You could have had the beginning of us discussing various topics. I think in many ways, whatever happened to him when he was 18 may have stunted.
I hope this helps our Pearl. Keep up the good work. Breakfast in Ireland. Thank you, Maxie. Thank you.
His growth, meaning that he now is responding to the internet, which is filled with people that don't even use their real names. Right? So really, truly, the irony of it all is you could just be like the IDF soldiers just pretending to be his supporters, just getting him to say whatever you want because he's going to do whatever you say.
Now, they're jealous. They're so jealous of him because he has a cult following. He really does. So many people know who he is. He has more star power without all of these platforms than all these people. That's why they hate Crowder, too. Crowder has more star power than them. He does. No ifs, ands, or buts.
Hey, but it was strange. It was totally strange. It made no sense. And
Does he have a family or a normal life?
I asked him about that. He said, yeah, he comes from a 2-parent household. That's what he told me.
No. Does he have his own family? Does he?
No.
Now they're going to moralize, right? So now I'm better than you because I have children. They all and I thought Tucker Carlson doesn't usually do this, but they all use their kids and their husband for clout. If you're a good person, I should be able to see you're a good person by your actions. Why do you need to bring up your kids to morally posture that you're a good person? If you're a bad person, you're just a bad person with a kid. Do you know what I mean? Or I don't care if you're good or bad. I mean, shit, I suck in a lot of ways, but my point is,
he's not married. And I just offered to him, I was like, I think these are things that you learn when you're married. And he just was vicious.
No. Yeah. So here she was nagging him about being married. And look this is her face when conservative women are told they're out of order. It's really not your place to tell a man what to do. And oh my gosh, on Twitter, she's going crazy right now. Oh my gosh. I mean, Doug MPA, can you get there's a video, if you could find it, of the back and forth between Nick and Candace, and it's so funny on Twitter.
Just about it. And,
about
women
what?
Don't tell me what to do or whatever it was. And it was very performative. Like I said the exact same thing to Andrew Tate months earlier. I had him and I said, you should get married. Here's why. And of course, Andrew Tate did not react like that. He told me what his hangups were about marriage. It was just a part of two people communicating on a show. But for whatever reason,
because again, she's gone through life. And this is the thing. Sorry, Nick. Alphas tend to be charming with women. So they've kind of trained themselves to just say, and whisper sweet nothings to women when they say stuff that's disrespectful. Where the guys that don't really date, no offense, they tend to just say what they think, but that doesn't really get them laid. Do you know what I mean? They just say, in general, but the guys that are and some guys just can't do it. They're like, I can't. But so she's used to dealing with these high level men that, they've trained themselves to shut up when women do things that are rude.
He saw this as an attack, even though.
Interesting.
Yeah, it was weird. It was totally weird.
Tender spot. Well, okay. Has it occurred to you that, and I just want to say, I haven't watched a lot of Nick Fuentes in my life at all. But what I've seen, the guy's very talented. Just as a, well, let me just say this, as someone who's talked to cameras his whole life, it is very hard to sit and just riff for 20 minutes. And I think it's an amazing skill, and he has that skill. But I also have noticed that his targets are all people who are sincere, non-crazy.
Okay, so now they're yeah, okay. So they had a back and forth on Twitter. If we find it, we'll do it. But this was one of the best clips I've seen of him. This was a beautiful clip. It's going viral. Yeah, so I just thought it was, yeah.
By Peter Thiel's Best Boys.
Okay, wait here.
By Tucker. I'm being accused of being the CIA by Peter Thiel's Best Boys. By Tucker Carlson with his daddy. Tucker Carlson's, and you know what? Here's the other thing. Tucker Carlson said I'm a weird gay kid in the basement. Yeah, and I'm from Chicago. You're right. Well, okay, you're not right about all of that. But I wasn't born with a silver spoon in my mouth. Tucker Carlson says, I have so many trust funds, I never have to work. Tucker went to a $45,000 per year private high school, then a $45,000 per year selective Ivy League school in New England. Tucker Carlson's daddy was a Reagan appointee. And then, after years of bragging about being an elite, bragging about being so out of touch and so rich, now he's going to be the spokesperson for all the white people. Now he's going to roll up his sleeves. I just like to hunt and fish in my log cabin. I care about Klarna and credit card debt. But then when it comes to me, I'm one of the real disaffected white people. You want to talk about me and them? I am them. He says Nick Fuentes is leading all of the disaffected young white men. I am a disaffected young white man. I was a precocious, intelligent, young white college student who went to Boston University, who was pro-Trump and red-pilled by Trump and animated by Trump's message of America first. And I asked questions about Israel, and I was punished for it. I did it years before Tucker Carlson started talking about Israel last year. And I sacrificed, and I was targeted by the ADL, by the SPLC, by the federal government, by the conservative movement that both Candace and Tucker were a part of. Candace and Tucker had nothing to say about Israel until it became unavoidable last year. Not popular, but unavoidable. And now they want to gatekeep me out and do this personality attack and say I'm a bitter loser in my basement from Chicago. I'm a kid from Chicago. And they slipped up there because they forgot for 1 second that they're pretending to be the spokesperson for exactly that kind of person. Tucker's mask slipped, and he forgot for a minute that for 8 years he's been pretending to care about the plight of weird kids in their parents' basement who are broke and didn't go to an Ivy League school, living in cities that don't matter like Chicago, not like Washington, D.C. or LA or New York. And that's why he had such disdain and contempt for me in that moment. Between the personality attacks, he's lonely, he's weird, he lives in a basement. I'm sorry, did you guys forget that that's your target audience that you're trying to pander to? Did you forget that for 2 seconds? And I'm the inauthentic person? I am that person. I am a spokesman for the disaffected white man because I am one, and you two are not. Candace Owens got married to British royalty worth $200 million after meeting him for 2 weeks on Zoom. What the fuck is even that about? And Tucker Carlson's dad ran the CIA's propaganda empire fighting the Soviet Union. He went and fought with the Contras when he was in college. When I was in college, I was doing a webcam show in my friend's dorm room criticizing Israel. So who's the CIA cutout? Who's the inauthentic one? Who's the crazy, hateful one? I would never describe a well-meaning young white person who's trying to get ahead as a weird kid in his basement from Chicago. And what is that supposed to mean? What is wrong with being from Chicago? What is wrong with being weird? What is wrong with living in your basement? That's a lot of people because of the problems you claim to care about. Tucker's at Turning Point USA extolling the predatory nature of usury and how it's preventing young white men from getting homes. And then the week after says you're in your mom's basement. So which is it? So which is it?
He's cooking. Oh my God, he's cooking.
Do you care about Klarna and people going into debt to order pizzas and home ownership being impossible? Or do you think that's a contemptible, low-status thing to be ridiculed and mocked? Who's pandering here exactly? Because that wasn't you. You were born to the Swanson family fortune and your daddy who ran the CIA. You know, my dad didn't even graduate college. My dad worked for the tollway. His dad died of a drug overdose in the 70s. My mother's father was a garbage man in Chicago, and he committed suicide. He was a veteran of World War II. Who's the CIA cutout? Who's the poser? Who is America? I am America. Chicago is America. That's an American story. I didn't go to Yale Law School and suck Peter Thiel's dick and then get a sinecure at a venture capital firm advising Rebecca Mercer and writing Hillbilly Elegy and talking about it at the Aspen Institute. That's your biographical credibility? How many of these disaffected white people that love Trump because he's racist went to Yale Law School and got plucked out by Peter Thiel, whoever he even is? Peter Thiel with his fixation with the Antichrist, this homosexual who's involved with the CIA, who wants to live forever and govern the world with AI. Yeah, that's really relatable. That's really relatable. Do another show with him and Curtis Yarvin. Do another show. Do the 47th show with J.D. Vance. It is insulting, and it is insulting to everybody's intelligence for Tucker to sit there and say he doesn't know his dad is in the CIA, for him to say that I'm in the CIA. What a joke. What a sick joke. Especially after everything that's happened to me. And unlike what Candace Owens says, she says, what happened to him when he was 18? What happened to me is ongoing, okay? Unlike Candace Owens and Tucker, I never got a contract with Ben Shapiro and Rupert Murdoch.
And that's the thing. Women enter industries and turn on them later. When should I turn? I'm getting close to 30. Do I need to start turning on you guys? Sorry. I'm kidding.
I was on Maker Support. I was on Patreon. I was on D Live. I had to fight for everything I have. I didn't get $1 million contract from Turning Point. I didn't get $20 million from Fox News. My daddy didn't get me a job in Arkansas. So ridiculous.
Yeah.
I'm being accused of being the...
Yeah, I mean, he's talented, and he just cooked them. He cooked them to oblivion. Doug MPA, was there another clip on the last tab of the document? Okay, I'll check. 1 hour, 55 minutes? Of what? The link you said is a Twitter thing? Oh, Candid, let's see this one. Oh, no, that's not the one. We reacted to that one. That's not the one I was trying to find. It was like... Because we did that one before. Oh, okay. This one was pretty funny. Okay, this one. Okay, and Nick said, why is Candace trying to rehabilitate Harvey Weinstein? She flamed out of the Daily Wire for taking a stand against Israel, but now she uses her platform to defend a Democrat pervert with ties to Israeli intelligence. I don't know. Didn't you say I was likely funded by Russia through the Tate brothers? Can't lie. It was definitely Putin that made me tell you marriage was aspirational. Vladimir hit me up on WhatsApp to do the most random things. LOL. So your answer is I don't know. I'm not the one wondering why you would use your platform to rehabilitate a Mossad-connected Democrat pervert. But just last week, I was tagged in a clip of you claiming it was Russia that was backing me. Did you think it was the Mossad now? The Israeli says it's Qatar funding me at this point, so I don't really know. Nick, everyone is wondering why you crashed out on your boss, Ben Shapiro, just so you could rehabilitate a degenerate Zionist like Weinstein. But after your little Frankist stunt last year, it's just a little bit suspicious to everyone. Thank you. Candace says, can you imagine, like, you're like, Mom, can we play? It's just, I'm busy tweeting at Nick. I think the best way for you to handle this is to post a clip screaming, I'm a real man again. And refer to me as a bitch a few more times to really prove, because if a man isn't calling a woman a stupid bitch, is he a real man? I think not. This is the way. So now it just goes back to, I hate these type of women. They're such downers. Do you know what? Like, I have a potty mouth. Okay, wait. Are the people in conservative media don't understand that every young white man is filled with contempt and despises the current system and wants it gone? But it's just like, who are you, Candace, to tell Nick that he's not a real man. And then Nick says, why don't you put your phone down and go make me a sandwich? And then once you've calmed down and collected yourself, explain why you are trying to help Harvey Weinstein and convince us that the Frankists are not the Jews. I'm literally shaking right now. However, will I survive to being told to go make a sandwich? You're really setting an example for real men everywhere. I'm trying my best to calm down and collect myself, but I'm a woman, so give me time. You're setting an example for real men. Take all the time you need. Turkey, provolone, lettuce, and tomato, please. Easy mayo. Thanks, hon. I'm sorry I hurt your feeling. Everyone can see that you are totally not a raging bitch. The thing is, I'm just not myself when I'm hungry. That's why I need a sandwich. Is this from a Snickers commercial? So good. Keep going. It is funny. That's why she's gaslighting. She's trying to gaslight and say it's not funny, but she's getting cooked on the timeline. This is so funny. True, you seem unbothered right now. I'm not trying to annihilate you. I just want to know why you keep pushing Harvey Weinstein and the Frankists, but you're being weirdly defensive. Sometimes annihilation is the only way, Thanos. Do what must be done. Are you okay? Oh, that's so funny. Okay. Yeah, but I think my Twitter, I kind of like this Twitter series where I could go through my retweets, my tweets. So I said women will go to the ends of the earth to ruin your life with a smile on your face. And this is because I've just had women do that to me. And they think it's funny. They'll get you fired and they think it's funny. They'll get one woman caused me to fire 20 people. One woman. And all the beta males that she got to help her. And no remorse, none. They don't care. I said, I did show my cookie I made last night. I made this with coconut oil. And it was actually pretty good. I did coconut oil instead of butter. If you're curious. All right, but we can get into the topic today. We can. I said I decided I want the birth rate to drop to 0. And I want it because maybe then they'll be like, maybe we should change family court. I said marriage benefits beta males the most, and marriage is for beta males to get sexual access. They were pretty pissed about that. But it's true, because without marriage, women would just be with alphas. So they're like, we need to spread out the women, because otherwise these betas are going to attack me. And then, how do I contact you? You can book a session with me on my website. So it's on the audacitynetwork.com. All right. Or, if you have something to pitch, you can do my Instagram, just Pearlythings1, Pearlythings on Twitter with a Z. All right. But now let's get to the main topic today, which is the trad, the face of the tradwives. So basically, Lauren Southern recently put out a book. And I didn't read it because I just have better things to do. But I will. Do you know what? If you guys pay me enough, I might do it. But I just think we all got better things to do with our time. But I will cook her today. So I want to show you what happens is the sisterhood's always real. So even women that say they're conservative. So this is Alex Clark. And she's assisting Lauren Southern and accusing all of the right of rape when she was really just being a whore. So, yeah.
I think the majority of women in the tradwife space are having massive problems in their relationship that they will never talk about publicly.
Are we talking about online influencers in the tradwife space?
Yes.
Conservative space?
Yes.
Some have speculated that your ex was a Romeo spy. Is there any possibility that could be true?
Ooh, I don't like crying on the internet, but my son's going to grow up and he's going to watch this, and I want him to know that I loved his dad very much. I think the one reason I don't remain tortured by this relationship is because I gave it everything. Within 1,000 times of him saying, I'm going to divorce you, 1,000 times I said, I'm not giving up on you.
And the worst part is it's funded by men. So Turning Point USA. That's the thing. Men, they often get what they deserve because it's like they go to the ends of the earth to destroy men.
Ideal image of marriage and family lacks the nuance and complexity of real life. That is the story of what happened to her. A tradwife fairy tale turned into a nightmare. This interview is a beautiful multi-camera shot episode on the Real Alex Clark YouTube channel that is made possible through generous donations from listeners like you who support our mission to heal a sick culture physically, mentally, and spiritually with this content. You can find a link in the description to make a tax-deductible donation, or if it's not a good time, leave a 5-star review on Apple Podcasts or Spotify at no cost to you. Today, you'll hear from Lauren Southern, a Canadian journalist, documentary filmmaker, YouTube firebrand, author, mother, and survivor. This is Culture Apothecary with Alex Clark. Lauren Southern, you've had one of the most compelling careers in the conservative media space, but are the rumors true that you're a feminist now?
If I call myself that, I will.
And now it's crashed. Now your career's over. Alex, I can't tell if this girl's just stupid or what.
Have accusations made against me that do not apply and expectations I cannot fulfill. So I'm going to avoid that one like the plague. I plead the fifth.
Well, talk a little bit about the environment that you grew up in, the belief system that you grew up in your family, and how you ended up being, I would say that you are one of the first major content creators in the conservative independent media space.
Yeah, well, I grew up in Canada, so that's a pretty radicalizing experience. I'd say we're about 10 to 15 years ahead on the kind of left-wing progressive ideology compared to America. And growing up in Vancouver in particular, where we have mass immigration to the point where I don't even think the local population are the majority anymore. It's mostly immigrants right now. Made my lived experience one in which I had to embrace right-wing ideas. I was watching my culture entirely change before me. And by the time I was in grade 12, we had progressive classes being introduced, literally social progress 12 or something, where we were learning about white privilege, male privilege, this kind of stuff. And
let's get to the facing accusations, maybe. Let's skip that.
But there were also a lot about...
I don't care about your early life, Lauren. I don't care why you're a whore. I don't. I just care that you're doing it.
Other things going on in the background that I didn't talk about publicly because it was so complicated. After I did my big documentary, Farmlands and Borderless, I was being massively attacked by large global media corporations, but also intelligence agencies.
What were they saying about you? They were saying Lauren Southern is what?
White nationalist was a big accusation of a country, so people can have families.
Your career is done, Lauren, done.
That they can raise with freedom of religion. You know, I want to have that family one day. I want to have kids. I want to be, what I'm fighting for.
Mm-hmm.
And if I keep this going, like, I am going to end up behind bars for sure. I just narrowly escaped going to jail in Turkey. Narrowly. And when I got married, my husband was an Australian, and he was also working for a federal government capacity. And the Australian government told me I wasn't going to be allowed to come to the country, visit family, nothing, unless I quit politics. It was literally in their stipulation letter to me. You are banned from the country. You're put on VACU, which is a list for terrorists, criminals, everything. We will only take you off that list and allow you in if you quit politics.
Was it a no-brainer for you? Like, done, like, I quit? Or was it something that you really thought through and were kind of struggling with?
Obviously, it's something I would have preferred not been the case, but it was a no-brainer. Like, when I told people, family is my goal, having kids, when I decided, before we get into all of this, I want to clarify, I'm not the ideal tradwife. I had a career. I had boyfriends before my husband. I had,
She was a whore. Yeah. You banged Destiny.
nothing about my life is normal, right? But when I got married, I was like, this is my primary goal in life, to be a mother, a wife, and have kids, and everything else comes secondary. So letting go of my career was absolutely a no-brainer, but I would have preferred to have it and been able to speak publicly and not have a government be oppressive to me because of my ideology, for sure.
Were you feeling any type of internal pressure, like this is the kind of content I talk about and I need to make sure I'm living it out?
People can pretend when they are content creators that they don't feel pressure from their audience, that they don't feel pressure from the comment section. I remember when I was 21 years old, I published a video saying why I'm not married, because I was getting so much incessant pressure from my audience saying, you should have kids now. You're basically valueless as a woman. You're out here traveling and being a career. And I had to go out there and be like, you shouldn't rush into marriage. You should find someone.
She should just stay put, make children, and then go back to politics and then stop going to Turkey or whatever foreign countries. Yeah, but she crashed out. She did tell all about her exes. Yeah, dangerous woman.
That's good for you, and like make sure the test of time goes through. You should. Some people aren't going to get married, and that's okay. And I really tried to clarify that to my audience, but I felt like I was almost trying to clarify that to myself.
Yeah, because this is what it is. Again, feminism is a strategy for women to spend their youth on themselves, and when women do that, it makes especially non-sexually active men upset. And the reason is because the men sexually active, it benefits them, right? So again, betas benefit the most from marriage, and that's why they push it. Alphas are getting sex. I hate using those terms, they're placeholders, but you guys get the idea.
Because I was feeling the pressure of this ideology, and growing up, you don't really know things until you live them. You don't. That's just how it works. You know, what's that Ann Coulter quote? A liberal is just a conservative who hasn't been mugged yet, I believe was the quote. So it's like, you don't understand.
Well, if that's the case, then we should have a lot of people turning red in California this year.
Mass muggings, yeah. So especially in the zeitgeist, like I grew up throughout the whole creation of the internet. You know, I was born in 95, and I started on like Neopets as a young girl, the forums, Tumblr when it came out, MSN Messenger. Oh, you did Tumblr too?
And I had MSN Messenger and AIM both.
Yep. Yeah. So all of these like more rudimentary beginnings of the internet. And then by the time I was a teenager, like people started making YouTube content. You start watching that. And unfortunately, what was lost in that transition was you used to be able to get all of your information about relationships and love and what to do from real people around you, where you could really see the fruits of what they were talking about. So if someone was giving you advice on how to structure your relationship, well, you could see if they had successful relationships in their life. They were in your community. Whereas the information we're getting today is from a lot of people who are creating exciting advice, things that make you feel very confident about the approach you're taking. If you do this, if you follow this listicle, then you are going to be.
Well, and the other issue is advice that worked for boomers doesn't work for Gen Z or millennials. The boomer dad used to just be able to go out. There's a hot woman, thin, ready. I mean, Gen Z guys got to figure out how to put their wife on a nutrition plan because they're all fat. So, and then also, how to like not get herpes. Like they have no idea. They have no idea.
Be happy and healthy. And if you don't do this, you're going to be a miserable wench. But you can't see any of the.
But so the other issue is a lot of times we look at marriage as bringing people happiness, but happy people tend to get married. It's a byproduct of being a happy person because that's a skill. So if you're an unhappy person, you just become an unhappy married person. If you're an unhappy person, you're just an unhappy person with a kid. They don't make you, like, it's almost selfish to put your happiness on somebody else.
Real struggles they're having because
everything looks good. They think she's hot. She's got herpes, guys. Allegedly. Allegedly she got it from Tate, so she could be hot, but that HPV and herpes is coming for you. It's like you guys learn nothing from our Friday STD shows.
Everything is sanitized.
What was the path to follow that you thought, if I do this, this, and this will lead to a successful marriage and happy relationship?
It was the whole tradwife stuff was beginning to become very popular on the internet. When I was at the dynamo of my career, you have to, not have your job. You have to quit your job, make that secondary, be the stay-at-home wife, be more submissive, follow your husband wherever he goes. Got to be attractive,
Got to be young.
You want to get married young for sure, because if you get married past 25, then you've hit the wall and you're, basically used goods, whatever. There were all of the...
I don't know how she could argue that she's not used goods as a single mother that has the reputation she has. Do you know what I mean?
These advice pieces that I thought I had won.
I was way cuter at 22. I was fatter, but I was way cuter. Like, I wasn't this black pilled. I probably was more pleasant. It just is what it is.
Lottery. I found a very masculine guy.
Someone said herpes. I'm gonna die soon anyway, so fuck it. Well.
With a masculine career, and I did absolutely love my husband.
One of the worst things.
Okay, yeah.
Tell us how you met him and what your first impression was.
The first time I met him was actually, we weren't dating or anything then, but it was when I was touring Australia, and he was introduced to me as like a government dignitary. So it was very impressive, very important person. We shook hands, took a picture, and then I had to go and do my speeches. And then I didn't meet him again for a while, and we weren't even dating then either, but he actually, in a way, kind of saved me from jail in Turkey. I can't get into the details too much because it is like really weird government stuff that was going on.
Yeah, and this is, someone just submitted this. Why are they promoting a whore and a drug addict, allegedly? This is the reputation she has. I mean, guys, I've been on the internet forever. The only thing they got on me is an ex-boyfriend I had publicly. It was and look, I'm not perfect. If something ever comes out, I'll just say, just is what it is. But I can tell you what won't come out. Drugs, whoredom, sleeping with destiny. Yeah, that will not come out. No. I do not. I would never risk AIDS. Anyone that sleeps with a bi guy is just stupid.
Going on, but he wasn't supposed to come and get me if I got arrested. He wasn't supposed to, because he might sacrifice his security clearance. He might, get in trouble himself with his government jobs. And I remember after being arrested by the military, they handed us over to the gendarme. And my security that was with me at the time looked at me and he's like, we're screwed if we get handed over to the gendarme because they can charge us. The military couldn't charge us, but these people can. They bring us in, at gunpoint in these cars to this little rickety old station with the lights swinging in the ceiling, a painting of Ataturk. And I remember walking in there thinking, wow, I'm probably going to jail for the rest of my 20s. And then seeing he wasn't my husband at the time, but my husband waiting there after he was supposed to cut and run and leave me, and thinking, oh my goodness, what an incredible man.
Mm-hmm. And how soon were you married and pregnant?
We moved very quick.
And how did she reward him? A freaking hit piece.
It was like, we had known each other for I guess I'd met him 8 months beforehand, but we only dated for 5 months.
What did your ex tell you that he was looking for in an ideal relationship?
So this is something I think about a lot also, because I spend a lot of time online talking about what I wanted. So if you wanted to date me, you could go look up exactly the things I would want to hear. You could go look at my Twitter timeline, my YouTube, and he told me.
Oh my gosh, guys, this is a problem. And I'm just going to say this firsthand. I never wanted to date somebody that knew my stuff. It's just too much. It's like, okay, and I've heard other YouTubers talk about this. It's not a fair fight when you know everything about me and I know nothing about you. It makes me so uncomfortable. It does. I'm like, you know, all because streaming in a way, it's like a private, it's like, I know it's public, but sometimes it feels private. I don't like when it's like brought up, you know, I never liked when to date somebody that knew my stuff. And there were even times where like someone would tell me they watched and I'm like, I gotta balance. I'm not doing that. I didn't care if they were like, they'd seen my shorts, but if I'm like, yeah, I know this is yeah. Now they're saying in the chat, I don't know your stuff. Oh my God, it's too, you just can't. Salute, Pearl, expose these fake trap 304s. Thank you.
Everything I wanted to hear. I want to have a family.
The most public private job ever. I know. It's something you never think about.
Family, I want to stay at home.
But I don't think he manipulated her the way she's going to like paint this. I'd like to clarify. It's almost like, okay, because when you meet someone, it's like you share a little, they share a little, and then all of a sudden they have everything, I think, you know, so.
Wife, I want like 2 to 3 kids. I want, you know, to be the supportive, masculine protector husband. I want to reconnect with my faith and go to church with my wife. And just, you know, and it's hard to meet a lot of men when you're like 21, 22 that want to get married at that age. It's not a huge.
No, it is but that she deems attractive enough to marry. So Candace was smarter than Els in quick marriage. Well, Candace didn't, as far as what I've heard, and I don't know if this is true or not, so alleged, she did what a lot of women do, which is like the starter boyfriend for like a decade or something, a long time. That's what. So she didn't have a reputation, where Lauren decided to bang like half of the industry. That's going to be an L.
Thing. I mean, a lot of girls that are dating right now will know meeting guys on dating apps, whatever, that are actually interested in getting married, not common.
And how much older than you was he?
9 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he was quite a bit older, saying.
It's not that much older. I feel like if the guy is 10 years older, you're the same age. That's how I feel.
This is what I'm looking for. You're the perfect match. Let's do this.
Yeah. And it was like, to me, it was a no-brainer.
So there was nothing weird that he said. I mean, did he come right out and say, I'm looking for a submissive wife? Did he use that language with you?
So you
see how feminist these hoes are? It's just ridiculous.
The only thing that I would look at, and I didn't see it as a red.
Also, can you guys hit the like button? There's 1,200 of you in here. Let's see how many likes we got. We got 378 likes. Are you guys messing with me? Are we playing? A like is free. All right, please. Thank you. Thomas Conservative. Sometimes people don't want to date someone who knows what they do and make for a living. They want to come home and not talk shop. Even gangsters love a good petting zoo. Yeah, do you know what? And especially, oh my gosh, I remember back in the day, it would be like, oh, let me pick your brain. I'm like, I don't want my brain picked on a day, you know. Anyways.
Like then, but I would look at it as a red flag now that I kind of see the red pill movement coming about.
It's not a movement. It's men like comparing experiences.
When he was talking about how him and his friends no longer wanted to date Western women. They wanted to go find a woman overseas who was going to be passport bro. We want to find a woman overseas who is going to be more submissive and not a feminist. And
the last Lauren episode you did a couple weeks ago was some of the most entertaining content I've ever heard. Lauren Southern, glad you're covering this again. Yeah.
Going to be,
Thank you. And these women, remember, spiteful women try to ruin your life. So I wouldn't be surprised. Some of these women, I'll let you know, they will go around. I've had collabs cancel last minute, and I find out later it's because some woman is pissed I covered her, and they say not to work with me, and da-da-da-da-da. And I'm like, here we go again. Now there's 476 likes. Well, there's 1,000 of you in here. I expect 800. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Okay.
A proper feminine woman. So it's maybe someone in South America. Now I look at that and, I get it. No one wants to be dating the like hardcore feminist, I hate men.
Now she's saying, well, I want all the freedom. I want to do whatever I want and still be married. Yeah.
And a girl that's gonna want to arm wrestle you and never have kids. Like, of course, like that doesn't make sense. But in a lot of ways, some of the guys who are saying this literally want like a non-human as their wife, like a non-person. They don't.
Sounds pretty nice, doesn't it, guys?
Want to have to work on conflict resolution.
Which it doesn't make any sense to me, because to me, I mean, maybe there's some aspect of that or truth to that because of a language barrier. But also, I feel like women from other cultures, they are the ones that are the most feisty, very, they will talk back. I don't know. This idea of like anyone else from a non-American culture, like they're very submissive. And I don't know. I don't know that.
I don't believe that either. I know.
I don't get that vibe from any woman that I know that is from somewhere else. They all seem to be way more, combative, I guess.
Yeah, but they're usually more feminine. I mean, they might be feisty, but they're like feminine. None of us ladies none of us scream femininity, unfortunately. Do you hear this? I mean, I swear like a guy, it's just, we're all awkward. We're just not like smooth.
Yeah. And then the other thing that, I mean, everyone watching this is going to know is I wouldn't normally date a girl your age, but you're not like other girls. You're smarter than the other 22.
Yeah, so now these women are aging out and they're getting pissed because the men their age want the 22-year-olds, even though they benefited from it back then. Yeah, but they don't know. The thing is, when you're 22, you don't know how to be smart with what you have. You just bang who's cute. The wall really is when you get banged enough times to bang for resources instead of just cute, fun vibes. That's the wall. And we're hitting it way earlier.
Year-old girls, And once again, when you're 22 years old, you're kind of like, of course I am. I'm the smartest 22-year-old that ever existed. Like, that's me. What a compliment. But it's like, no, I'm just a little more naive.
What did he say about his views on working women?
Did not like them. Didn't think that was which was funny. This has always been a strange thing about my career is I tend to like more conservative men that tend to have these more
you bang Destiny and Andrew Tate.
Traditional conservative views, but then I have a massive career where I'm traveling the world and there's a contradiction there. There is a contradiction there. So I'm like, okay, you really like me because of my career. You think it's amazing, but then you also dislike working women. You think it's kind of a feminist thing, but also, do you really dislike working women? I don't think so, because when I eventually did get married, I was constantly lambasted for not earning money, for being useless. Like, why you're not contributing enough. And I'm like, whoa, like I thought you wanted this. And so having this idea of...
I bet the real story was she was a lazy housewife. A lot of women that are housewives just want to be lazy and do nothing.
Women in the workforce is bad, but then I quit my job to get married and be a mother, and then suddenly I'm useless and not contributing enough financially to the household. It's like a lot of, I think this is where the trad stuff can have reality and online ideology collide. Is it really practical for one person to be supporting an entire household nowadays? In a lot of cases, not really. And it can be extraordinarily stressful for men to have that burden on their...
I'm for women working. I really am. Go be a teacher. Yeah, you might as well help. Lauren is looking a little rough these days. Those facial procedure bills must be going up.
Their shoulders. And I think when men face the reality of it, they're kind of like, okay, actually, it would be really helpful if my wife was still working right now. It would be really helpful if you had an income, even if it's just an online job, whatever it is. So it's like kind of trying to make a square peg fit into a round hole, where it maybe would have been even more beneficial had I been the main earner and pursued my career. And then he was kind of supportive in the background. That might have worked better. But because there was this ideology in mind of, no, this is what a marriage is supposed to look like. This is what gender roles are supposed to look like. It became presentation over practicality. And that really hurt things, in my opinion. I think every woman a little bit, maybe not every single one, but definitely me, every woman a little bit wants to be able to be in her feminine.
And that's why you were able to talk yourself out of your own intuition.
Yes. I'm like, I need to...
Yeah, see, these are two women that have taken L's. Like, neither of them have hot boyfriends. They're just like old harpies that took an L and can't just accept it. Look at, I mean, I've taken my share of L's. I'm not pretending to be above it, okay? I'm not. But do you know what? I will never take an L and pretend it was like anything other than my own choices and decisions. You know, I'll never talk bad about anyone I've dated, really, because, you know, you're equally bad. If you think someone's bad and you dated them, like, what are you? Look at these thin forearms. No, she wasn't a busy housewife. No chance. Yeah, I mean, the nails like that.
I want to be vulnerable. I want to give my whole heart to someone. And part of that means not trying to be the boss babe and question him everywhere, not trying to fight with him, accepting who he is, trying to forgive, radical forgiveness. And I had really mentally decided, like, this is my person. I don't want any other man. I'm not interested. This is my person. And I'm going to do my best to love him for who he is. But, you know, a relationship is two people. It's both ways. And both of you have to be looking to improve yourself and grow. And if one person is under the impression that they're perfect, which I find this a lot with maybe other girls, like, men will tell you, we don't change after 30. We don't change after 30. This is who we're going to be. So you either accept it or we can break up. And that was a thing that was used a lot, is whenever there was kind of a problem that arose.
Yeah, she would just nag. And that's the thing. Women always want to nag men's behavior, but men don't nag our behavior. Men are just so nice like that. They really are.
He would be like, okay, well, we're going to break up then. And that would create this like abandonment complex in me where I was like,
well, that's your own problem though. Like, if you can't, look, I understand at some point we are in the dating marketplace. You got to have developed some level of detachment and knowing things might not work out. Otherwise you're going to get crushed and eaten alive. Things either work out or they don't, but men want to make sure you're not going to crash out if they don't work out.
This thing that I have given up my career for, that I am, you know, this is the person I want to marry. This is the person I want to have kids with, or especially when I was already, you know, married and pregnant. I can't lose this. Like, I have to, it got really bad when I was pregnant. Okay, well, we're going to get divorced. So it went from me psyching myself out and ignoring red flags to him giving me.
I'm trying to recap. What did he do? He threatened to divorce. Okay. Maybe you were annoying.
Literal anxiety of abandonment if I ever addressed red flags. And it no longer felt like I was even in control of my own destiny or my own ability to confront reality, because confronting reality in some cases of the way he was treating me or the decisions being made meant losing the entire idea that I had dedicated my entire political existence and ideology to, the nuclear family. This is what I want. I want to be a wife. I want to be a mother. I want to have this for my child as well. So if I don't accept the reality that he has given me, he's going to leave me.
Did he say that he was a Christian?
Yeah, Catholic.
Okay.
Yeah, which, you know, a lot of debate around there, but that's a whole nother podcast.
Right. Yes. Okay. Because I was just curious about that.
Like, we went to mass when we were together. Yeah.
What were some of the ways that he strategically isolated you from your friends and family when you first got together?
Okay, so what happens is men want to be the king of their castle. They don't want all these other people's opinions. So there are times when they may isolate you from your friends or your family, but it's just because they're like tired of listening to their opinions, because they want it to be their house, not these other people's house.
Well, it definitely began with like little subtle comments about how everyone in my work sphere was problematic, how I shouldn't talk to them. And don't get me wrong, like, there's some accuracy there. There's a lot of problematic people within the political sphere. But it definitely became this thing where I was made to feel like every accomplishment that I had made in my life, my documentaries, all of it was horrible and connected to this horrible sphere of people. So I can never be proud of it. I have to kind of leave it behind, never engage with it. And it was really like the major one came around when I had just given birth. It was a week after I had had my baby, and he accepted a job in Australia.
What I'm hearing is she was a lazy piece of shit that just nagged him all the time. This guy waited for her in prison. Why would he do that if he was going to just abandon her after she had a kid? Come on.
And he had promised, one of the things that I was like, wow, this is an amazing man, is he was like, I will move to Canada with you. I don't, because I told him I can't do a long distance thing and I'm not moving to Australia. I want to be with my family. I've been away from them for far too long, traveling the world, doing these films. I need to be in Canada with my family. And he's like, fine. I have made all the preparations.
She acts like she can disappear for a while and pop back up 8 months later, and voila, she's brand new and never born again.
To move to Canada and to be with you there, and we will live there, grow old there, everything. And I was like, wow, I've never met a man with such a like sacrificial spirit for love. That's incredible. But a week after I gave birth, he accepted a job in Australia without any conversation between us about it, and said, I will divorce you.
Yeah, but
if you don't come to Australia with me.
Well, yeah, what are you going to do, a long distance marriage? Yeah. And so he's giving you an out, you know, you could leave. No one's putting a gun to your head.
It was somewhere where it wasn't even going to be near his family or anyone we knew. And when you've just had a baby, like, you need support systems. You need people to help you out.
No, you don't. They used to like kidnap you. So, I mean, in the old days, they would kidnap you and get you pregnant. Adapt, bitch.
It's hard to tell if you have postpartum depression, all these things. There's a lot of factors that mean you need your family and support systems in that space.
Did you share with your friends and family that he was constantly threatening divorce if you didn't do what he wanted?
No. I was too nervous I felt embarrassed. I felt ashamed that I was even in that position. And definitely this is another big thing with the kind of trad sphere. And it's just, I know so many people that are living this life where they're posting the family photos, where they're posting the sour bread bake.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with her here. These women are so full of shit. They're so full of it.
Baking. We're the happiest family on earth. And then you'll have these private conversations in like the dead of night where it's all hush hush. And it's like, he told me I should kill myself again. He told me he hates me. He told me he's seeing another woman. But
okay, yeah, but I mean, you don't even know if that's true. I mean, if the statement starts with "she said," I'll take it with a grain of salt. If he said it, I might believe it, but not all.
None of it.
If you think someone's bad and you dated them, what are you? Pearl Davis, 8/3/2025. Yeah, I mean, like, if talking bad about your exes is like a self-own. Especially as a woman, because we have so much more choice. Like, men can be like slim pickings, but as it's like a cell phone, you know.
It's like everyone is so embarrassed of having these real, or the other way around. There are men in these positions too, right? Where their wife is like doing something horrible to them. And there's so much pressure to keep up appearances, because otherwise it's like you've failed. You have failed at what your life is supposed to be, and now you're just another one of those degenerates.
Was he saying to you that you should kill yourself?
No. This is other women that I know.
What kinds of things would he say to you when you were fighting?
A lot of, you're dead weight on my life. Like, you're useless. All you are is dead weight to me.
Well, were you dead weight? That would be my question. Alex, do a better job. Let me teach you how to grill these hoes.
You're pathetic. Like,
so were you perfect?
You know, I remember like a very specific rant towards me because every once in a while I'd get a bit of confidence and I'd be like, okay, well, like, if you're going to abandon us, then I can't control that. Like, you keep telling me you're going to abandon us.
Are we sure she didn't get the hurt bump from the blue-haired Coomer gremlin? I don't know. This is just apparently what the ex-husband told Rollo Tomasi.
I guess I got to move on. And so there would be like very specific psychological things like, okay, you think you can move on from me? You might find another guy that's better, but in most cases, you might find a guy that's more abusive. He might beat you. He might be horrible to you. Good luck with that. Like, very calculated kind of comments to kind of mess me up psychologically. This is stuff that I
got a comment that says, looking up and right when she's saying certain things, which is the visual imagination, not memory. Whenever she does that, she's lying.
I can't say where his headspace was. He is someone...
This poor guy. I understand why they avoid us influencers.
That I still love. He was my husband, right? I still love him. I can't be in contact with him because of the way that he treated me and treated us, and also because he abandoned us. But there is still like a big...
How bad did you have to be to get a guy who waited for you in jail to abandon you? You probably sucked.
Part of me where it's like, I don't even recounting these stories. It's hard for me to recount them or think about them because I try not to, like my son's going to grow up and he's going to watch this. And I want him to know that I loved his dad very much. Sorry.
Yeah. It's okay.
If you're Lauren Southern's son and you watch this, your mom's a crazy hoe. She didn't love you that much. Sorry. But you're not alone. Most mothers don't love their kids that much.
Ooh, I don't like crying on the internet, but thanks.
It's okay. Take your time.
And there were good times. Like there were good times. There were lovely, beautiful times. Camping, like going to the zoo, all this kind of stuff. Just, I think people love the way they know how to love. And I think that he grew up in a very difficult life, and it's not my place to talk about the type of life he had. And
she'll use their trauma against you and just call you damaged forever and then see nothing wrong.
Childhood he had, but it wasn't an easy one. And when I recount these stories, I actually believe that he felt he was doing better than what he grew up with. And so
that very well could be true.
Right? As much as some of it is like, it's not okay. It's not okay to call your wife.
It's complex to be in an abusive relationship. I love this person. I don't love how they treat me. And it's rationalizing that. It's you get the same thing with kids in foster care, is that they are rescued from these horrific situations within their family. And yet they'll still ask things like, when do I get to go home? It's very, very complex.
Yeah. So it's like
Alex Clark, you're an idiot. I think you might be the top 10 dumbest interviewers I've ever seen. Oh my God. She's crying. I'm starting to believe her. Yeah.
I don't know. I think I've given the idea, like, you don't call your wife worthless. You don't lock her out of the house. You don't tell someone you're going to divorce them if they don't come to another country with you, if you've already had a kid. Like, there are so many things I could recount. There are more detailed things.
Yeah, that's women hold every bad thing you've ever done to them in like a catalog just to throw at you later.
More horrific things. There were
crocodile tears.
Beautiful aspects of the relationship that I could recount. But yeah, I just also have to keep in mind, like, my son's going to grow up and he's going to watch this stuff one day. And I hope his dad heals. I do. Like, ultimately, despite all of this and despite everything that's happened.
Oh my God.
And I hope he heals, and I hope he grows as a person. And I'll never...
This is why women shouldn't have microphones. Hypocritical, I know. But I already said I'm a hypocrite, so...
Name him. I'll never dox him. I'll never say who he was, because I don't want this to follow him around for the rest of his life. After he left us, he did try to email tons of people in my work sphere and say that the reason was because I cheated on him and I stole his child, all these things that were untrue. So he really did try to destroy my reputation publicly.
Oh, that's rich! All right, that is rich. So let me get this straight. He tried to destroy your reputation when you have a book out about, oh my God. Oh, I hate women. Oh, I hate my gender. Oh my God. But not all. I can't say what I want to say.
And he left you.
He left us. And I begged him to have shared custody, and he rejected it.
Probably because he knew you were going to torment him forever. So he's like, I can't deal with this craziness.
And I don't know why. It seemed so unnecessarily cruel. I was living with my parents, trying to, just pick up the pieces of my life and create a good life for my child. And I didn't understand why the cruelty, why he would do this to us.
How long did the marriage last?
It was only a few years. Yeah. Only 2 years.
Oh my God, that's such an L. Okay, well, I think that's where we're going to stop it today. But, tomorrow, because now it's like the trad. Maybe we'll react to more of it later. But yeah, I mean, This is the deal. This is what we got going on here. Let me do this. I'm going to see if there's any other donations to the divorce documentary. Save a man from a woman like this. Donate to my divorce documentary. I feature TradCon women. Oh, we got it over. Oh, is that over $100? Wait, let me zoom in. Oh my gosh, my laptop is on its last leg. My new one is coming in. Over $100. Oh my gosh, I can't. No, stop crashing out. Okay, well, I think someone named Will donated $100, but it's crashing out, so I can't. It's officially frozen. I must have ended this at a good time. All right, guys, let me know what you guys think. A final comment. According to Rollo, he rejected it. He didn't reject, according to Rollo, he didn't reject it. She refused, and the courts gave the child to her, according to what the ex-husband said. So I don't know if we believe women or men here, but I know what I would pick. Anyways, guys, if you can, donate to the divorce documentary. The link's in the description. I think we might clear 40K this month, so that's pretty.
The welfare state has done to Black Americans what slavery could not have done, Jim Crow and the harshest racism could not have done, namely to destroy the Black family. Many people believe that the route to economic power is to have political power. And there's absolutely no evidence to support that.
Government cannot create a special privilege for one American without simultaneously creating a special disadvantage for some other American.
The phrase, "takes no prisoners," should have been invented to describe Walter Williams.
I was a radical in terms of the civil rights movement. I was not a supporter of Martin Luther King, but more a supporter of Malcolm X.
You don't have to scratch your head and say, I wonder what Walter's really saying, what he really means.
I am very, very happy that I got virtually all of my education before it became fashionable for white people to like Black people.
Does the country need more people like Walter Williams? More people who are intellectually honest, intellectually rigorous, tell it like it is, and don't engage in groupthink? I don't see how we could have too many Walter Williamses.
Major funding for Walter Williams' Suffer No Fools was provided by Dunn's Foundation and Searle Freedom Trust. Additional funding was provided by Beach Foundation, Harvey Cody, Donors Trust, the Hickory Foundation, William Shepard, and the Woodford Foundation for Limited Government.
Walter Williams begins his day early, before most are out of bed. His enthusiasm for life is based on sound advice he received as a young man. Learn to come early and stay late, and always be ready when the opportunity train comes along.
If there's one great thing that can be said about the United States, just because you know where a person ends up in life, you can't be sure about where he started. Black Americans have made the greatest gains over some of the highest hurdles in the shortest period of time than any racial group in the history of mankind. Now, the question before us is, how can we make these gains available to a large percentage of the Black community for whom they appear to be elusive?
He is an author, educator, and syndicated columnist. His provocative ideas and infectious humor have attracted leaders in business and government. and millions of Americans who have come to share his views on radio and television. He has been called outrageous and impossible because he believes so deeply in the American Constitution and in America. This morning, Walter Williams will make the drive from his suburban home in Philadelphia to the campus of George Mason University in Fairfax, Virginia, to do what he has done for more than 45 years, teach economics.
When I go to my grocer and I buy a gallon of milk for $3, I say, look, if you will give me title to that gallon of milk, I will give you title to this $3. I will exchange these titles. So the essence of exchange is the transfer of property rights.
Teaching is a passion for Walter Williams. He continues to believe the young people in his classroom are America's best hope for the future.
I've learned a lot from Dr. Williams in that you can tell that he approaches the ideas of liberty and private property and free markets from a moral perspective. And for me, that is incredibly important.
The reason why slavery is immoral, or rape or murder is immoral, because it violates private property. And so if you start with the idea of self-ownership, then you can say, well, what is moral and what is immoral? The ideas that you hear me talk about, that people hear me discussing when I'm on the radio or in my column, those ideas or those discussions never reach my classroom, because I think that it's academic dishonesty to use the classroom to proselytize students.
From his home in Philadelphia, Walter Williams spends much of his time writing his nationally syndicated column, or another book on his favored topics, race and economics.
Buenas tardes, Los Angeles. Larry Elder here, the sage from South Central, the Prince of Pico Union, the Czar of
Walter has long enjoyed his participation on radio and television.
This is one of the problems that Black Americans face. That is, many of us...
We feel that we can achieve salvation through the political arena. That is, by putting a black person in charge of our lives. And if you ask the question...
In what cities in our country do black people receive the worst education,
are most insecure in their lives, live under rotten conditions? They are the very cities where a black is the mayor,
the chief of police, the superintendent of schools. And I'm not saying that there's a
causal relationship between that, but I'm saying that there's
not much salvation to be achieved through the political arena.
My guest is Professor Walter Williams. He is an economics professor, teaches at George Mason University.
If I say to the federal government, I will pay my share of the constitutionally mandated functions of the federal government, I will be happily, but I will not have my earnings go to farmers, go to bail at big banks. You'll see all the intimidation, threats, and oppression that I would want to see.
But I mean, I think America meets any normal person's basic definition of we are living in a free society here. This is not Plato's Republic. This is not the Soviet Union.
We're not living in a free society.
Always controversial and popular, Walter has inspired students and colleagues alike.
I first was introduced to Walter Williams when I saw him on television. It was in the, I believe, spring of 1981.
Professor Williams is saying, among other things, that perhaps the Great Society programs and the whole idea of government as father or paternal has not been in the best interests of all people, minorities.
And then Walter said a statement that I will never forget. He said to Phil Donahue, he said, "Phil, who owns you? Who owns your life?" He said, "John Locke asked this question centuries ago, and I ask you and everybody in this audience, who owns your life?" Right then and there, I said, "Oh, I love this guy. Who is this guy?"